To get your information, to the food to get my spoon, spoon, spoon television, spoon, spoon, spoon. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah. Yeah, don't just spoon. If you eat keep on crazy like my brother, don't just spoon. To get your information. To the spoon to be part of my fashion. Spoon, information. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know.
All right, I tell you, just tune to Spoon, and you will know.
You want to
The children are crying from starvation.
no spoon.
You want to know what's happening
You
in
want
the ministry,
what
the
is
agency.
in
You
Morovia to
want to know what the issues are,
But-
picking it up in the news.
that is the
Just tune to Spoon.
spoon.
I'd like to welcome all of you tonight
Oh, what happened?
to this edition of the program,
Spoon.
Liberia's premier talk show on radio and online. This is the Spoon Talk.
Oh,
We're live on Spoon FM 107.5, live on Fabric Radio 101.1,
you provide.
and on several other frequencies across the country, thanks to all of our partner radio stations across Liberia that are making this possible. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Cruz, Radio Yalamani, Seklipi, Niba County, and a host of other radio stations that will most times relay the program even without telling us. We want to appreciate all of you tonight for being here on this edition of Spoon Talk. My name is Nelson Colette. Spoon Talk is live across the world tonight, as always, on our different social media handles. We're live on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, and Super TV on Facebook. We're also live on YouTube, and our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. I want to appreciate all of you for joining us tonight. Kindly share the program as you join in. It doesn't matter where you're joining us from. Let's hope we can have a great show tonight. So as we always do, we're gonna move on to the first segment of the program, where we get to take your calls, get your views, open the lines, and have you to speak out on those different issues of concern. Just whatever that issue is that is of concern to you, be it about the politics of the day, educational issue, about sanitation, you want to talk about the health sector, you want to talk about security, or just anything. I mean, anything that is of concern to you. The first segment of the program is dedicated to all of you to speak out on those different issues of concern here every single day. And so I'd like to welcome you. Thanks for joining us again. My name is Nelson Colette. We're going to go to the phone lines and take your calls now. Let's know what that issue is that you want to talk about tonight. We'll go to the phone lines, but again, please share the show as you join us. Let me welcome just a few of you. I see Muger Scott, voice of Lawalazu, Old Man Sumo, Saturday Yalate. So Yalate, it's good to have you joining us tonight. I see Hawa Kuyate and many of you joining in. Kindly share the show across your social media handles, just wherever you're joining us from tonight.
You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon.
Okay, so Frank Soiree,
No one
Siawe,
in the ministry.
joining us from Rhode Island, the USA. Thank you for coming on tonight. Dempster Gear,
To spoon.
Harry Doe Tapet Jr. Thanks for joining us, Chief. It's good to have you on tonight. I see Johnson, just Johnson Yes, Monobala is joining in as well. All of you coming on, I want to welcome you in a very special way tonight. Keep sharing the show. Faith Kotu Walker, Dixon Smith, I see Hanafi Jalo, thank you, Elizabeth, Spister, thank you for coming on tonight. Marcos Valiant, Edmond Sibo, and the many of you coming on tonight. Keep coming on, keep sharing the show. Because this edition of Spoon Talk is loaded. So let's go to the phone lines and take your calls. Let's hear what your thoughts are. What is it you want to talk about tonight? The phone lines are activated now. Yes, I was trying to buy a little bit of time so we can activate the phone lines. So it's all done. Keep your calls coming now to 0555 tonight, and you'll be live on the program. 0555 is the number to call. Let's see if we take this person. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, good evening to School FM family and good evening to my peace loving people of the Republic of Liberia and good evening to you dear Nancy Collect in studio in Liberia.
Good evening to you, sir. It's good to have you on. What's on your mind?
Okay, this is Alfonso A.S. Kamara. What actually on my mind tonight, the great Saturday night, have to deal with the rule of law.
Okay.
All Liberians should give the justice to do their work. Let the law take his court. This allegation in our country is circulating. It's an allegation that has not leveled against anybody until the investigation can be done. But people are casting this allegation to be a witch hunt or whatever way they define or they classify it. Let the law take its court. They cannot tell us the capital building of the Republic of Liberia will just burn down to the.
Too bad we lost you. Keep your calls coming 0555 Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Nancy, how you doing, Chief?
Yes, sir. I'm okay. It's good to have you on.
Yeah, this is Patrick BAE, and I call you from Chief Patrick.
Patrick, what's on your mind, sir?
Yeah, my brother, look, the frustrating aspect on my mind is concerning, the GSM companies.
Okay.
My brother, look, I wanted people to really, when we buy our data or our minutes, let it allow us to use it the way we want to use it. But you can go pay $200, you buy your data card, you activate your 1,500 gigabyte. Can they tell you, say, it will be finishing tomorrow, this hour you use it. So if you are busy, you're not using it, at the end of the day, I have 3,000 megabytes, which is 3 gigs. And when the expiring time reach, they just took it from there.
Okay.
Yeah, man, y'all try to talk to all know them for us, man, because it will depending on you people then to flag this thing. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your input tonight, brother. Let's take another person here. Hello, you are live. Your name and where you call from WhatsApp line. Let's hear you.
My name is Jared Dobley. I'm calling from Springfield, Mass.
Mr. Dobley, go ahead. What's on your mind?
First of all, let me say thank you for this opportunity, brother.
Okay.
Our brother and sister was singing a few weeks ago, let the Lord be the Lord. It was singing the song. So I am backing it. Let it give the law chance. Let the law work, my brother. Nobody has guilty for none. You can start checking for one. They will say which one we did. Nobody wanting anybody. Let it wait, my brother. Let the law be the law.
Thank
Nobody you. Above the law. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your input, sir. 0555 is the number to call this person. Hello. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, I'm Erickson P.
Erickson, it's good to have you on. Let's hear you.
First is the LDA. I don't know what the people really doing. Other people in that when they see a guy who send a judge in a very formulated, alas, they will not put in the LDA. The people who say the market and they will be in the LDA. Now the LDA when they fight the judge no more. We are expecting to fight judge. They won't fight for themselves. You know, nobody will hear the ghetto. So one for an LDA to go.
Why do you think the LDA is not fighting drugs?
They're for the drugs, brother. So on that, be for the drugs, them being an LDA.
You be saying Joseph in here.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so I want for them to go and to take Joseph and go to academy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. 0555-101075. Hello.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening to you, sir.
Yeah, my name is Oscar Kuya, calling from Town this evening.
What's on your mind?
My concern had to do with my president, Chief Imam Bwaka.
Mm-hmm.
I beg him, please. Once any government official at the name are mentioned on line of corruption, begging plea, they should be called for, they should be questioned because recently I've been listening to radio about the super director, Duke, LTA director, and followed by our labor minister. All those things Nelson, we talk about it. When CDC were in power, we talk about corruption. A lot of things we spoke against. So please, the government is our government. Let us do the right thing. Let Liberian people say, oh yes, people are doing the right thing or doing the right thing. We want to see things going out of the way. And then the opposition let us, have that voice to talk more. And then to see how they are able to get off from in power again, they will get from in power. So Nelson, thank you for the show, my brother.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's go to this line. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Hello, Nelson. How you doing?
I'm okay. It's good to have you on.
Yeah. This is Peter K. Joa calling from Johnsonville.
Peter Joa, what's on your mind?
Well, what on my mind is about the education system because I was just discussing about the school above to open concerning the school uniform on campus. For parents who want, I really want the education minister to pay attention to that kid because it's embarrassing people when you see now the discussing about people around talk about Zoko, children flow in the community, no something for them to do. It just flow around, pass around, then get anywhere to go. It comes from those things because when the parents don't have money to send them to school to buy, they don't afford the school fee, it create problem. I want the Minister of Education to pay attention to the rural school and find out the cost of the uniform and find out the kind of quality of clothes that they give the people and how long it will go so that at least all our parents can be able to afford for their children to go to school.
Thank you, sir.
So
thank you for your input.
Thank you.
Let's hold you there. Take this person. Hello.
Good evening, Leslie.
Good evening, sir. It's good to have you.
This is Henry Danawadi P. from 540 Congo Town.
What's on your mind, sir?
Yeah, what's on my mind this evening is about the problem at the capital.
Okay.
Yeah, the problem at the capital is a very serious problem. I'm saying this to this government. Try to investigate this case and find the perpetrator so that we can punish them. That is a very wicked behavior, wicked idea that the people carry on to go and burn that place. If the human being burn that place, we are going to find a human being. If that go for, then I don't know how are we going to determine that. I don't know whether the investigation was done and the foreign people now to go for justice. And that I'm saying government should do it at best. So this case can be thoroughly investigated. Because we need to those that did it. If a human being did it, we need to punish them.
Thank you.
So they thoroughly investigate this case.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for your input. This person, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm Johnson from Tuko District number 4.
What's on your mind, sir?
So the issue is still there. You see, what's on my mind is the government. The government is stealing from the people every day. Look at what the president saying in my country about asthma mental high. The way the people can talk, the way the thing he see, even especially, that means the people doing well. A president will be speaking in this form and manner. It means to say that they corrupting what they want to do, that they should just continue because they want to sign a deal and put the Liberian people left in mess and what they will enjoy. So how the future will go, they get Prince Moyne and they today won't come up because they get senatorial seat in front of them, they go so run for. You get Nyantoine and they're talking because they get senatorial seat right in front of them, they all go run for. Brother, they country on the edge, they on a time bomb. The president got to understand that this country is for the Liberian people. The Liberian people ain't got to listen to the people. You can't be doing things in favor of your friends. You bring your old friends there for you to enjoy the country. Because y'all are suffering, as other people can say.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input, sir.
That ain't supposed to go on.
That's all you there.
People brought up. So you will be selling citizenship? Because you say everybody in the country should get citizen ID card. Matter of white man, black man, or what. It means to say you selling the citizenship for $1,000 Liberian dollars. It don't happen in other countries. The people don't do citizenship like that.
Thank you for your input. Let me hold you there. The executive order. I think there are just a few things you are not getting right about that executive order. But thank you. Let me hold you there and take another person. Hello, you are live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, could you be nursing?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is Daniel Keller. I was just saying, be done on spoon that thing. The Lusa, you taking the money and the orange. To the issue. Let me say good evening to our president, President Godson, God gave. You said, Nima Bwagale, God bless you as you coming go to Nigeria for the reburial the former president and our former president West. Let's say, that God bless you, that God carry you and bring you back. And then we pray, we're looking at the court. We want for the court to do their work so we can get full by election on the way coming. Because the full lawmakers, we pray to God that the court will send them to jail so they can declare the full district vacant. Thank you for your show.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. We'll keep taking calls. I see Ente Glennie in the background. Let me bring her on. Welcome. It's good to see you. Though we still the Liberian people say I'm gonna bring you on so they can see you small.
All right, we're here.
Okay, so we'll go back and take more calls. Yeah, so we hear the people talk as we await the rest of the panelists to come on. So we'll go back to the phone lines. 0555-101075 is the number to call and you'll be live. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Nursing?
Yeah.
Yeah, nursing. They Josh Mobile from Judicial Community Judicial Camp.
Josh, what's your man?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, go ahead.
On my mind, I don't want to appreciate you. They think on my nursing. You see, nursing and the former representative district is Akala's grade then. Once the Akala's grade then coming today on spoon nursing, they can help me. They talk a lot of things. Akala's grade then gallop. They tell a people morning who get them 6 years. They went instead because Lado is a dirty country. In Gallop, the only free people in Gallop to get married.
At Dubai again? I thought at France.
Okay, yes. They say, yeah, I made mistake. Sorry. From in Gallop, he took money. He only free people in Gallop. He went from because it is like people money. They just know that everything left is okay on them. But they go with certain. But today I see a guys get today and coming on spoon today and talking a lot of their research. I can't want to listen to spoon. That is, you know, I can a lot of people getting fed with water spoon. Because a lot of people on spoon they be talking a lot of things about person banker and then want to sorry. They see a guys great then. They put the map out together one protest because what during your day you're passing around. What did you take for the country when they get there for 6 years? You're passing around, you say you're big ball. But I think they say a guys great if you love the country. Please, let's develop the country here.
Thank you.
They have come together to develop the country because the country, our country, nobody will not move to go France to get married. Why you leave France to go to another?
So, but why you just angry with the man married being in France? Huh? But anyway, thank you. Thank you very much for your input.
It's not matter. But what reason now you go live in France? You tell like people resources, like people muna put up on this. You get why all the people there now, all the boys are behind now. Oh, Amanda, why you say all of that to get there in France? Oh, because when time for protest, he will take all of them. So you protest.
Thank you very much for your input tonight.
Please,
you know, thank you for your input.
No, because
thank you.
Thank you. What I go protest. So thank you so much, nursing. Thank you. Thank you so much for
let me hold you there. Thank you. You pay the man. The man won't use the money the way you want to use it. Then you pay anyway. But let's take you. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm Jerry calling from Bajage, Kwame County.
Okay, it's good to have you.
Yeah. Hello?
What's on your mind?
Yeah, what's on my mind is this concerning the school business, the education, the graduation fee. Because secondly, some people don't have the money. Then private school, don't got it. So first they will pay 10,000. We accept out of US. The Ministry of Education regard of for us, really. Yeah, it'll have for us. That's me. I was speaking to you now. I'm sick. I can't see. Even to get a graduation money, not a graduation, but to register a child for the second time. That money is too much government thing about some of us.
Thank you.
And the second thing on my mind concerning the capital building business. Because some of you can imagine what happened in 1980 when they overthrow and where they kill. So when they do something more, do the real for them, not just say because they start or they put in and do it more. Let it see the real fact inside.
Thank
and execute or care about it to court. Because tomorrow they think last time I went on the country that bad law, it can bring problems.
All right. Thank you.
What I on my mind.
Hello. Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
You getting me?
You're live, sir.
Yeah, nothing. What on my mind is the issue of this GSM network, the GS company. Yeah, nothing. But for me, it's really bad to us because I buy my credit, for example.
And you call first?
And I pay money for it. Hello?
Yeah, and you call first? You just call?
No, I'm just the guy called, and I mean.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, then they're telling all how much our data. I pay money. I already buy it from you. One thing you should restrain me. You have control or authority over it. Because something I take my money, I pay money for. Next thing you know, talk about us this and for this. It's unfair. It's not correct. Yeah, supposed to be from really. You are bad at it from you. Then you telling me you telling me how to use it. You controlling it. Do you have authority? I already pay money for it. You're not going to be free. Then you say then you take it. They refuse to get it. Oh, fat up from this one. I will use it. Why is that? No, for all men. It's fair. It's not fair to be frank. Not everything for going to should go protest. Yeah, it's not correct and nothing. Not talk for us. It's frustrating.
Okay, thank you for your input tonight. Hello, your name and where you call from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Charles. I call from Israel.
Okay.
What is on my mind is, I hope you're not caught me on. Let me just express it, is the way some of the talk show hosts can conduct their show.
Mm-hmm.
If you won't mind, I will call the particular station.
No, don't call anybody. Just go ahead and make your point, sir.
Yeah, I mean, they allow people to just say rude things about the leadership of this country. I think it's bad. Very, very bad. I like how you people can do your own. And other people too. When they call, they put people in check. If you decide to say anything very unruly, you cut the person off, or you correct the person, or you put the person in check somewhere or the other. But the people on the SKTV through 96.1 don't do it.
So, but you say you're not calling people Nina. You already start calling people D. But thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Hello, your name and where you call from? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, sir, you're alive.
Yeah, Nancy Kohler, how are you doing? Kevin Gadiman calling from GFK.
What's on your mind, sir?
Well, I'm not very too fine, but then I call on the radio, what really on my mind is that if government cannot really help us in the process, I can take over a year, and then I came to GFK, I pay over 100,000, and then my bill have gone back to 90,000 out of the pay. Okay, which I'm asking others not to help me in the process, and I cannot have that money. As I speak, present sitting in the chair, I don't have a pay to sit in, and which my liver are suffering for liver cirrhosis. Okay, so I'm appealing to people to really help me in the process. I'm sitting in a chair.
Okay, so just quickly now, just call your number in case somebody want to reach out to you, because the network can take the responsibility for that.
0888 523874.
Call again.
0888 523874.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your input. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Hello.
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
Ambassador Elzveta Smith call from Town Community to be precise, district number 10, Moswara County.
Ambassador, what's on your mind?
Yeah, man. Issue have to do with the current case that is on ground right now in the Republic. I'm calling on all of our youth to be calm and look at the justice system to come up with their final verdict. So I'm calling on all of our youth from the various political parties to remain calm. And secondly, I want to appreciate the President of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Imambwaka, for the level of work he has been doing and will continue to do in the interest of the Liberian people.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, Leslie, how are you?
Yes, sir. You're live. Your name and where you call from?
Thank you, Leslie. I'm Paul Bumba. I call from Cowell.
What's on your mind, sir?
Thank you. Leslie, I want to ask about Molo. That CDC part 2 here, phone there call, I don't know what kind of stand or what thing. The only press conference, it's not for the Liberian people, only against the United Party government. That's the only thing he funded the organization for. No. See, when the chicken fellow drop from on there, even when birds are around the place, that chicken is a chicken fellow. So, Mama Molo, that he political party part 2, he go from called advocacy group. Now, Denso now is crying for his property. He has cried from behind CDC for over 15 years for his property. When Mba Molo and the time has expired, the deadline has expired for them to leave. So Mba Molo is not talking about that one. He doesn't discuss that one. Any other thing that has to do with the marginalization of CDC against anybody, he don't talk about it. Except once you money together, he happy, United Party, government, like that. Mba Molo, you wasting Liberian for time. Nobody can listen. You don't have the kind of moral standing to even form anything called advocacy group.
Thank you.
Advocacy group, even again, United Party, nothing you don't discuss concerning even the case of Liberian people. Except when the whole Jangako some of it now, you say Jangako because it's about CDC. But 2029, you're going to go back to go merge with CDC to give your support to CDC. So, Amolo, we beg you. Please start making noise on the media. We know that you are CDC part 2. No one cares about your thing you are created because your advocacy group should be genuine. Not yet, who did Joseph Baga. So you would form your advocacy group with Baga. So what about the Denso family? Are they not Liberian who have been marginalized by the CDC?
Thank you.
So,
thank you for your input tonight. Let's hold you there. Take this person. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
That's a good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you, sir. Tonight.
Okay.
Honestly, my issue that on my mind today get to do with the actual attack on the Capitol building. Nancy is Funati have listened to someone on the platform or very different platform there. They think what they eat today, they're not coming to business. Who told the people say their case is political. They think they still got team business, not legal. People put that say you eat, then you stay for say and the people is starting you they couldn't learn the castle in Liberia. They have nobody in Liberia that learn equal to you. But you see why I learn you to now. You see the problem and the people that will insult you. Nobody there with you. But the lawyer they will not see here to eat. So they got to chop their money. But I want all the followers of the government, they support and the well wishes sympathize. Nobody will not be panic. The government gets concrete evidence to indict that people. That people is I never say one day, but they get linked to it. So nobody will panic. Government will not lose a case. The government here, that integrated government. The people government, the central government, so the people, the men will imperative character, which is Joseph Imambwaka, they will never lose a case by grace of God and got evidence. And they go travel to criminal court. We see what went on. We found it. Nobody more think of it. 1, 2 more business. The case will track.
Thank you. That's what you there. Thank you very much for your input tonight. This person, hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. It's good to have you on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm calling from Profi.
It's good to have you on, man. What's on your mind?
Yeah. What is on my mind is about and there where the orange and GSM. What they're doing is serious, my brother. It's serious. That wickedness is to the citizens. These are things that you fall down. Because when stand on the can and say no, we ain't carry nobody. All the people because of the house, because they don't want to care nobody. Because everybody they see, you put your data to use it, they give you time. That one of the cause, that one of the mean stealing there between. I want to mean stealing. We are mature people. Yeah, we'll power data, they give our money. We'll buy it from them, we'll just buy it from them. Whether we use it for 1 week, we use it for 3 days, we use it for 1 day, that's not their business. Yeah? They didn't put the battle. Uncle Mel, the country already have. They will buy the data our time to do the assignment. They will try to meet you at the fair. Oh, see someone that kind of commander with someone and they say, oh, the boy of violence. And I hide the car.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input.
I will tell what that's spoon.
Thank you for your input tonight. We
Thank
appreciate you. Hello, you are live. Let's hear you. Hello. Okay, so let's see if we take this person. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
You are live. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm Abu Sherry. I'm calling from Japan Fury.
Abu Sherry, what's on your mind?
Yeah, so what on my mind? Why is it when the United Party? Yeah, I can remember. I think it was in their first term or second term when fire catch on the executive mansion.
That was the first term under President Sirleaf.
So
July
yeah,
26th.
but I don't know. It was no action, you know. When the court action retired, did that. Then now again, you want 2 years. Okay, same party account right back in power again. You know, this time around, the drive is different driver. Okay, but then the same party again, then from the executive mansion and to the capital building, you know. Now catch fire again. But now this time around, the action attack, that people do this, that people do that. But the executive mansion, no. We don't do it. So
what's your point? What are you driving at?
Huh?
What's your point?
Fine. My point is, let's say, when the capital building won't happen, the Excellency, the Commander in Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia, everyone of father were rather, you're not a fire expert, you're not a fireman, you're not a fire breaking man, but soon aroused to be, you know, our father was briefing, and then basically, immediately, all so point on the political, let's don't look statement, let's the other from our Commander in Chief. Now, so the investigator, the lawyer, the police director, all of them have to go by it.
Okay.
Just because the president has talking.
Okay.
So I like that. So it's very political, brother.
Thank you.
In my mind.
Thank you very much for your input.
Thank you.
We're going to take another person here. Hello. Your name and where you joining us from? What's on your mind? Hello.
Yeah, hello, you hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, why mind, but Labrador National Police.
You said what's on your mind is what?
But Labrador National Police.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
You see in this country we are attack rather than I reach hour 10 o'clock. Oh, this I reached 9:30 something. What do you say? Only say that then you running the traffic or you running traffic for them. It's not good that we need to call the government upon this thing to try and talk about it. If there's any serious, if they will get settled, it will be too bad for them. So
thank you.
Taking you and calling you into it, I am advise them. Even if it's 10 o'clock, you get no vehicle that will carry people to the house. They stopping together and I don't know what 10 o'clock for what.
But don't you think the government has a right to come up with policies as to how to ensure that there's law and order to ensure the security of the citizens?
No, my brother, I don't have problem. If the government want to do it, I don't have problem. But if you're doing it, at least you get government that will be in the street, teaching people or carrying it to the houses or driving it to the person. So you have no government on the road.
Now, you know, drop people to the other day, put it up to router or put it on the motorbike to run. And our signal that know is wrong.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for
So
your input.
walk the road out.
Thanks for sharing your thoughts tonight. We still have more calls to take. We have like 14 minutes to go on this. Hello.
Hello.
Yep.
Good evening, Nelson. How are you?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay. I'm Jerome Twitter. I call from Kingsville.
Okay.
Look, look. There's a need that this country invests more in education because, listen, somebody will just cram or go scenario and somebody who are not knowledgeable of exactly what a person is doing and they just bow into it and they run with it. So because the executive mansion gotten fired in 2006, so it means the capital building too, somebody should take fire and just burn it. So because the executive mansion was gotten by fire by electric fault, mean that somebody take fire and burn the capital building, we should say it's electrical fault. That's why somebody call on the radio and saying, I mean, I think there's a need that we invest more in education so that people go to school and they learn so that they will think for themselves so that they can really think for themselves instead of they following people what they say and they join into it.
Thank you.
Thank you, man, Nelson.
Thank you for your input tonight. We take another person here. Hello, your name and where you call from? Okay. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, you're
How are
live.
you?
Let's hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. So, man, how you doing?
Yes, it's good to have you.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello, Nelson?
You are live on the show, sir. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Okay, sorry. I think your network has some issues. Hello.
Yeah, hello, good Nelson.
Yeah, it's good to have you on.
Yeah, man, you guys are coming in. I really remember calling my organization number 4.
Yeah, what's in your mind? Let's hear you.
Wow, my man, let me appreciate FNC President Jose Yuma Bogasio, the greater president of Republic of Liberia, the only president that declared and published the asset, the only president that suspended 400 common official for not declaring an asset. Let me say thank you to FNC President Jose Yuma Bogasio for a development. And let me thank you for executive order 150 that passed on the free on the red importation. Starting from next week, God Almighty power, at least the welfare will reduce. I want to tell Liberia people, you keep your finger crossed. President Boga here for Liberia people that want anywhere you go, any occasion, always there, people that you employ Liberian, you employ more Liberian. And when you start people, that Liberian are start, that Liberian will be employed. You're not pointing to employ. So I want when President Boga suspend people and start people, the people say, oh, he's charging people. If anybody that if you cover employee now, and not Liberian company is will go there. You're not saying Nigerian employee there. So I want to thank you, Mr. President, keep on your hard work, any corruption act, suspend and stagnant. At least so they can listen and they can respect the country because they country the corruption is too much. And the president can do fair corruption in that country. So they watch you living in Rio when you are for president. Instead in a sea hall, instead living in a sea place, instead in a sea error. So in that president I get material thing and put on here, a property value no. In believe I in a great people to get up. Why is doing the work or Liberian people? And if they say they allow government, thank you for your hard work to implement it. At least the city is very clean. And weather today, weather is very clean. I want to thank you for your hard work. The president never made mistake for and put it at PV City Mayor. Thank you
very much for your input tonight. We're gonna keep taking your calls on 0555 101075. This person, hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're live. Let's hear you. You sounding far away. You want to speak into the phone?
Yes, that is. I'm calling from Barnsley.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, thank you for the show tonight. Well, you see, this country is not for water nor for any other license. It's all like one that has a country.
Okay.
So respect everyone. People should not see themselves from Europa and just say, oh, anything happening in a day. And you know what is unfolding in our country? You've seen it, you acting as if to say you are not seeing it, and these things are wrong.
the truth of the matter is that women Baka came with net a government, which turned over to him. What has happened in that government, you say you're going to change it. Today, there are more Zogos in the country for drugs than ever before. Tomorrow, people will get up and say, oh, can I drug the way we're talking about this? We are buying rice, $18 and they say let's be reduced tomorrow or next week. That's why he said you're going to do for us. These things were happening already in our country. Infrastructure development was going on, road construction was going on, everything was going on. This very road he said was sour and the road he's patching today. Why didn't he change everything and make it to some Mawata road? We stay going on the same road. This is a road that the previous government worked on and it built. Even in a Sarah community, the whole real community, going all the way to Timber Village, those places were real. So why is it today that people are saying that brother is not doing that? So what I say to you is that for the understanding, yeah, understand? These things are not good for our country. Let us deny this country. As of the day, they deny George, we are on our end. Whether we are giving a statement and unite this country.
Thank you.
The country is going to be united.
Thank you.
And we do not, and that's the problem in our country. Let Brother be a unifier instead of being a defeated president.
Thank you. Hello, your name and where you call from?
My name is John Elsua and I call from GSA Road.
Go ahead, sir. Let's hear you.
I had two concerns. One of my concerns is strength. The CEO did well to bring this government to power. We were saying that by now we get special people who they are training them to be the committee over there. But you bring also politicians, even today, that 101 today. Should the president come over there when the president move from there, so the Akara stand to critique the statement? That would be, an abomination. Another thing is, Macintosh Akin on the air over there, they going down, I was speaking, how Metal Steel doing well. Everyone all know that Metal Steel need to stay in this country, but when you go to ask for a community engagement thing, Metal Steel is treating us very bad. If they continue it will be very difficult in Nima. He has a company called My Africa in it. And My Africa now, they're doing consultancy for Metal Steel. And My Africa win so that they can go take survey people from there so that they can go there to go do community survey. I mean, you can play on some or I've been trying to get your number to call you if you can get me time for me to come over there. I pay my own money to see how I can discuss it.
Okay.
He sat on that radio station. In fact, in the first place, he already told her, like, what he Metal Steel, they already know that they may get company over there and he's taking huge money. So they say, go be advisor to the president. It's a clear open door. You see that kind of idea? He exposed himself. So those kind of things, when we hear it, we start organizing people to get together to make that community very thin, that we have problem with us.
Let's leave you there, sir. Thank you very much for your input. Thank you very much for your input, sir. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Lawrence B. Smith, I call from
Lawrence, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I have issues. One have to do with stations. See, this Texas station have two phases. One phase have to do with empowering on low cost. Another phase have to do with devolution of power, reducing central government power. And in the local government act that was passed in 2018, it gave citizens or local government authorities the right to build even roads, schools, hospitals. I think that the only thing they have exception towards the concession, because that has to do with that is in the purview of the national legislature. But it was sometimes we'll see or so morally will go way back to he paying 10 pounds, and then you see that, for example, a Painesville, people still giving revenue to central government. The water is controlled by central government. CDC is controlled by central government. All major services are all controlled by central government. So how can the decentralization act be effective? So I think what the government need to do as one of their pillars under the rule of law is to allow the local administration to take full responsibility of and empower them.
Thanks a lot. Let's take this person. Hello. Yes, you're live. Let's hear your name and where you call from.
My name is Ramita Cummings, and I call you from Mauritius.
Go ahead.
Maryland.
Let's hear you.
Okay, let me say thanks to our president and for all what he's doing. I pray that God uphold him. And I would like to speak to Sarah Gray and the other on the platform there. Criticizing and doing nothing will not be sufficient. At least when you're criticizing the government and doing what or helping the government to do what you want to see in your country will be good. Because we will get nowhere when we just sit and criticize and doing nothing. When they were there, they never did anything. So now, to Sarah Gray, he got me so angry. Effort. Nothing did here for anyone to criticize any government. It could be anybody different. I would see good, but not as Sarah Gray. He never did anything yet. So now he just gave her a cooling break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input. 0555101075. Hello.
Yo.
Yes, you're live. Let's hear you.
I need to think you're calling for Feno.
What's on your mind?
The reason why the drugs been getting rampant in the country, the smoker and they from opposition. Most of them they from opposition. So long they know that the government can't afford drugs. More representatives than they from CDC. They will never encourage their practitioners to change their habits. They will encourage them to be smoking more so that the government can get banned. If you want to know, go to the headquarters. They're selling drugs there, they're smoking there 24 hours day and night to CDC headquarters. So how would you think that drugs they will finish in the country?
Thank you.
More representatives from CDC. Most of them from opposition. So how would you think the drugs they will finish in the country? Because these are people that are holding a Google tab. The only thing was the government can to fight against the drugs. Our good message they give to the black people. And why they will tell their supporters, you go do smoking, you'll be doing the one so that the government will support. But by grace of God, the government so send you my JMP on local country, Republic of Liberia, the country will improve. But next year, you will see the difference. You will see the difference of this country. Starting from next year, Papa will make sure that the country will improve in Jesus' name. Judicial and the opposition, they would never ever.
Thank you.
Thank you. Reputation.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. We appreciate you. Thank you for the powerful prayer for the country. I see that the Bopla is here. That welcome. It's good to see you. I don't know if you can hear me. That Bopla, you are muted. Can you unmute? Can you hear me? Okay. Maybe that the Bopla is trying to make some necessary adjustments. And then he'll be able to come on. I think he's making some adjustments. Let me squeeze this final caller in. Hello, you are live. Your name and where you call from? Yes, I'm good. It's good to have you on.
Yeah, I'm calling from Europe in this September.
You're calling from Europe. Okay, go ahead.
I want to find out there was a glitch the issue of the citizen ID card. It is true that citizen ID card is now $30 United States for one.
No, it's five United States dollars for a citizen ID card.
Right?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
A citizen ID card is $5 United States dollars. So
$5 United States dollars.
Not 30 United States dollars. No.
Because somebody called me today that they needed a citizen ID card and $30 United States dollars. That's what I want to find out.
You know, sorry, maybe I spoiled the person business, but that one you can discuss
Well,
it.
I sent the money already, and I went on Facebook and tried to criticize the government on that because I know that the citizen ID card is $5, but they told me $30 United States dollars because people went to their office, they did a head count, and they needed the ID card on Monday. So they said the ID card is $30 United States dollars. So I said, no, but that's too much.
Yeah, no,
what's the problem with him?
No, CEO is recovering. You know, he came down with cold. A lot of you saw just a couple of days, but he's recovering. Yeah.
Okay, Nelson. Thank you very much. That's what I wanted to find out about this ID card issue. Thank you.
Yeah, don't go make plan with the president. Maybe the president are trying to expedite the process.
I did send the $30. I did send the $30. And when the person was speaking to me, I did a recording because I wanted to actually make sure whether they were saying the facts or not.
Oh, the real FBI team deal with the president.
I'm not usually recording people, but I was very, very curious. I did this intentionally because I wanted to find out.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Probably the person is trying to
much.
expedite it, but thank you. Yeah. And then Glennie, I think with Baku, I see that a booklet trying to come on.
Yeah, maybe the person too are trying to get a small record for it too.
Yeah. I watched one video where they told the child in the school, they said the fee for the process. The father, the child went and told a man $15. The man told the pa $25, you know. So the president said at the end of the video that how corruption can go on. Yeah, I see all the folks are coming on now. Yeah. Dada Boblet, I come and tell you show over to you.
Yes, sir. Nelson, man, you are the man. Nelson, you are the man. I want to appreciate you for the good work you do. You and the entire crew. Spoon is something else. So thank you, my friend, for holding it down.
Yes,
don't
sir.
go foul. Okay, no, we need now. We'll be
Yeah.
you be in the back there, so you help us stay in the front. But thank you, Nelson. We appreciate you. Appreciate you. I want to say hello to my colleagues here tonight, Glendy, and the lawyer's daughter. This is not just the daughter of a lawyer. This is the daughter of an outstanding jurist, J.D. Bioga Jr., a man who I happen to know small. Very impressive. Glendy, welcome.
Thank
Come
you.
back. Good to see you, my good brother. How you doing?
Tama, you
I
muted?
didn't hear a thing, but I
hear
receive
you.
it by faith.
Yes, I guess I'm speaking with body language today.
There you
go. Good afternoon and good evening to you, Dr. Brooklyn.
So it will be hard for the people who listening.
I'm happy to be here as always, you know, for the people in Radio Land and online, our Liberian people. And it's a pleasure to see you, Glendy, and Darius, Brother Darius, Doe. It's a pleasure to see you as well.
Thank you, Tamba. Darius, say hello to everybody.
Yes.
Yes, Darius, say hello to everybody.
It's good to be on the show tonight. Says Glendy, Dr. Buple, Tama, all of our followers on Facebook, YouTube, those in listening by radio. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you find yourself. It's good. We are here to talk the talk. You talk your own, I talk my own.
Thank you, Darius, and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spoon Talk. This is Spoon Talk, June the 14th, 2025. You never had this version before. This is a new edition. You got to be part of it. Spoon Talk, there's no talk like Spoon Talk. Folks, who can talk like Spoon talk? The answer in my neck of the wood is nobody. Nobody can talk like Spoon talk. Spoon talk is local. Spoon talk is national. Spoon talk is global. So you got to be a part of this conversation. It's critical conversation that can lead to constructive action that could change the nation. Think about it. You get a chance to be a part of change in our country, no matter where you are and around the globe. You can watch, you can listen, you can text, you can call, you can make suggestions. So, in the words of CEO himself, his famous phrase, share the show. So let's do that now. Everybody who's listening, everybody who's watching, share the show. That's all you got to do. Grab your gadget and share the show. So in other words, don't just talk about it, be about it. So let's share the show. We're going to talk tonight. We have a great show tonight, and we're going to all chime in and try to move the conversation forward. So let's get started. This is not really on the agenda, but this is happening. It's called Father's Day, right? Father's Day. Father's Day is tomorrow in many places around the globe. Here in Liberia, many of the churches tomorrow, some of the churches the Sunday after tomorrow, and then a few churches the last Sunday in June. But no matter which Sunday, Father's Day is important. I'm glad I got some brothers on here tonight, Glendy. They're going to help me with this. So Father's Day is important because a father is important. So I want to shout out to all of the daddies, all of the men who own their stuff, who stand with the family, and who raise their children. You are critical. You are critical to the sociology of family, to the strength of society. So shout out to all the pops tonight. And here's the thing. Even if you haven't been there like you should have, it's better to spend some time than spend no time. So get involved. Now is always the right time to step up and be your dad. So let's go around the room quickly. I want to start with Tama and then Darius and then Glendy will do some perspective because she had a great dad. Let's talk. Father's Day is tomorrow. Tama, what says you?
Thank you, Dr. Brooklyn. I think, first of all, fathers are the pillars of any society. And tomorrow is Father's Day. So it is an opportunity to say to all fathers, including yourself, Dr. Brooklyn and Darius, and all of our fellow panelists who may not be on tonight or may be coming on later, happy Father's Day. And happy Father's Day to all of the fathers in Radio Land and those who follow us online. The fathers are the people who set the rules in their households and who enforce sometimes. I know there are some strong mothers, but with a strong father in the home, you are able to raise a strong family. So happy Father's Day to all.
Thank you, Tama. Thank you. Appreciate that. Darius, Father's Day is coming. What says you?
Yeah, I think it is important that we celebrate and honor all of the fathers. We go through a lot for the family, for the home, and for the nation, for society as a whole. So yes, Father's Day is always set aside to honor all of the fathers and fatherhood as a whole. That paternal bond should be celebrated, should be recognized. So yes, biblically, it says by the sweat of the Abraham, men shall eat bread. So we carry the burden of looking for the daily bread for the family. So yes, we as fathers, it's about time the day is set for all to be honored, for all to be recognized, for all to be appreciated. Same way Mother's Day, similarly, same day set aside for all of our mothers who sacrifice to bring us to earth. So yes, it's good. We say happy Father's Day in advance to Dr. Buple and all fathers out there, and Tama and all the rest of the fathers.
Thank you, sir. I am blessed to be the pops of 5 amazing young adults. And I thank God for that every single day. Glendy, Father's Day is coming.
I know. Such a very important day for fathers everywhere. For me, it's always an emotional time. That I don't have my father with me anymore, and that he passed just at a place when I was able to start doing some stuff for him. He's just suddenly left us. But I still celebrate his memory. I still celebrate the love. I still celebrate everything that he was to me. To me, I have not really missed him sincerely because I have him tucked away somewhere. And so for me, there is no other man who could have been a better father than the dad that I had. But suffice it to say, I want to say Happy Father's Day. It is good for us to celebrate. And I see already some of the men already doing competition on Facebook and other places and saying, oh, tomorrow our day. Your women there, you celebrate us. The women there, they will not tomorrow that Father's Day, they will act like we know that Father's Day. We will celebrate all of you for the work you've done. Because the thing about fathers too, I was thinking about it earlier and I was like, who is to say someone is not a father if it's not the child? Yes, the women may be able to say we may have some issues. Some mothers may have issues with some dads, but it's only an objective opinion of who a father is has to come from the child on the relationship with the dad. But anyway, when I get to it in deeply, we want to be very cautious and to say Happy Father's Day to all of you here and to the fathers watching, everybody watching. But Dr. Brubler, before we start, I also wanted to express thanks and appreciation to everybody. Yesterday was my birthday and I got a lot of commendations, a lot of likes, a lot of love, a lot of hi, hello, a lot of messages. I want to be grateful. Gratitude for me is very important. You may think I am a talkative, but I'm very humble when I'm the center of attention. So yesterday it was a bit overwhelming with the love that I received. And I want to be grateful to all of our Spoon family, to the Spoon network itself. People were telling me, oh, Spoon calling your name. They're saying happy birthday. Even Fubi, who say he vests for he say happy birthday to you. So I want to say thank you, everybody. I'm humble. Thank you so much. We thank God for another year of life. Thank you, everybody.
Amen. Amen. All right. Thank you, Glendy. And to our listening, our watching, and engaging audience, hey, put your comments in there. Share your insight about Dad and about everything we'll talk about tonight. You have questions, drop it in there. We might be able to grab it. If we don't grab it, don't get vexed. It's not intentional. Those comments go quick. They just keep moving. But engage and be a part of the conversation. Stanton, our CEO and the anchor, the brainchild and the anchor of this entire Spoon Network, is a little under the weather, so he's not well. So he's not going to be with us tonight, but you are with us and the conversation continues. So we wish Stanton well, but we're going to get into the show. So we got some big topics tonight. Now, we talk all the time about the number one challenge to our country and the number one hindrance to national development, and we say corruption. Cental, okay, who do an excellent work, right? They assess this thing, they evaluate, and they report on corruption. The 2024 report just came out. We're going to talk about that right now. The 2024 report just came out. So let me give you the gist of it. So the report says that, let me give you the good news first. All right, good news first. The good news is that the perception from the public, the Liberian people, about corruption in Liberia is down. That's good news. From 90% down to 83%. So that's huge. Okay, that's huge. but still, the numbers are high. So let me give you the numbers, and then we'll have a conversation, okay? The number one, per the perception, this is a scientific survey, and I know sometimes don't just get up in the morning, go sit in front of the computer, and just throw out stuff. They actually got into the field and research this stuff and survey people. Here's what people say. The number one, the perception, most corrupt group at this point with the highest percentage of 71% is the Liberia National Police. The Liberia National Police. Now, it's down. It's down from 73% in 2023. That's progress, but that is still high at 71%. It's alarming. So let's talk. So it is 4 sectors, right, that top this report, and we want to talk about those sectors. So let's talk about the police. Let's talk about the police for a minute. Then we take sector by sector. That way we can engage properly. We can not do breadth but depth also, and share our wisdom. And then we'll be gleaning from the public what they are saying. So let's talk. Let's start with the police. The police, it's important. It's important to public safety. It's important to our democracy. But the perception of the people, 71% of them still think that the police is the most corrupt group. So let's talk from problems to solution, okay? Because this is a solution show. So let's start from problem to solution. So let's start with you, Tama. What is your take on what you just heard? And what could you proffer as possible solution to what you see as a problem? Talk to us.
Thank you, Dr. Brooklyn. First of all, I think it is an opportunity to recognize and acknowledge the work of the late Thomas Dona, former friend of mine who is now late, who is one of the founders of CENTER, the Center for Accountability and Transparency of Liberia. And I know that, this center's work over the last decade plus. And that's good segment to just let people know that this organization has been around, if now close to 20 years, a little bit more closer or more than that. But this report for me on Liberia and the perception of corruption in Liberia is not surprising, Dr. Brooklyn. And here's why it's not surprising for me. Liberia traditionally, as a nation and as a society, we have great laws on the books. We have some of the best laws written, by educated elites. But what we lack in Liberia is accountability. And when you lack accountability in society, then of course, people get away with crime. People get away when they do wrong. People get away when their hands are thrown in a cookie jar. And the government as a whole has struggled with the perception of corruption. Every government, every successive government in our society. So coming down from 90% to 83%, 7 points change over the last year or so. I'm not sure what it is done on an annual basis. It is progress. It is some progress, but it is not. It shows that we have moved the needle a little bit, but it shows that there's work that needs to be done. It shows that we still need to, as a society, treat corruption with the utmost urgency across our nation. And I know, we're going to go around the room, so I'm going to just respect, my time for now and just open my comments on this. We recognize the progress made. It is a little bit, we moved the needle a little bit, but there's work that needs to be done, Dr. Brooklyn, across our society, period.
All right, thank you, Tamba. So let me just ask you, if I move to Darius and then to Glendy, is there a particular area from your experience where you think the police is prone to corruption? Right, corruption permeates our entire society. But remember, we want to identify is one at a time, one place at a time, one sector at a time, and then proffer solution, because it's all about solving the problems and not just iterating the problems. So is there one area you think that the police are prone to corruption, and do you have a suggestion for how we can mitigate that?
Yes, no, absolutely. And I think there are many areas, but the one area I will focus on when it comes to the Liberian National Police, and let me just say, first of all, is that, since the end of the Civil War, our Liberian Civil War in 2003, 2004, we've come a long way. We had our first election in 2005. We elected the first female, president, and we had to rebuild our institutions, including that of the police and the military and everything else that we have today. So first of all, understanding where we've come from as a nation, the challenges we face, the obstacles that have been thrown our way as a country, and to be where we are today shows the progress. But the police, despite the new training that they have received, despite the ongoing, refresher training, the police still need to exhibit more professionalism across the board in their day-to-day. Across Liberia, when you drive, I drive across, Liberia most of the time. I drive in Monrovia, sometimes I drive up country. There's a sort of way sometimes, even if you have all of your papers, it will still ask you for small things. And this small thing is something that it is subtle in a way, and it promotes corruption in a way, and continue to perpetuate that perception that the police would rather take small things from you, even if you don't have papers. And what that does is that people who are applying with motorcycles, with vehicles across the country, is like many fail to properly register their vehicles and their motorcycles, because they feel when they are in the street and they are pulled over by the police or they are stopped by a police officer, they can put their hand in their pocket and give small thing to the police, and the police will let them go. So I think that's the perception that the National Police is dealing with right now. And that's an area where I think our leaders and the IG himself and all of his lieutenants need to put a little bit more focus to say, how can we continue to, remind our police officers through training, through workshop, through supervision, to make sure that our perception is addressed gradually through the change of behavior in the police as well. But then there's another aspect of that also where the police are not paid adequately. They are low paid, they don't have much, coming in terms of income. So that's an area also that we can look at as a country to say, how can we improve the lives of police officers so that we can hold them accountable when they go contrary to what the rules are, the rules of professionalism. And I will stop there for now, Dr. Brooklyn.
All right, thank you, Tama. So you make a good point, and I want to move on to Darius, but I want to inject something. Talk about salary. We hear that all the time. Pay people more. But let's just look at that closely, though, folks. Oftentimes, the headlines in the papers of corruption under the people who are well paid, under the people who are the top of the chain. So is it really just the money thing? Because when you really look at it, enough is relative. What is enough? So are we supposed to raise salaries of teachers and nurses? Absolutely. But unless the job means more than the pay, it's not going to pay more. I have people who work with me who make small money, but they do their job faithfully and committedly. So Darius, is this just a paid thing, or is this an attitude opportunity thing, culture impunity thing, or what is it? Is it just pay? And if so, then what is enough? Talk to us, Darius. We're talking about the National Police.
So first and foremost, I think the percentage of Central report on the police, as Liberians believe, is the most corrupt institution. I think it is alarming, and it needs to be given serious attention. I don't want to just agree that it is the salary. It could be a factor, but I want to also believe that it is the individual. All right, bribery now is not only at the lower man, the least man in the police force. It starts from the IG, it starts from the guys in the rank. The bribery starts from up, and then it comes down. So yeah, not being well paid is one of the factors, but love for country. I mean, people just want to extort. People just want to get more rich. People just want to make money fast. So that's where the problem lies. If you read a report, some of the areas is traffic extortion. Kese, Keke, the police don't want to know. As soon as you reach there, you just wrap it up and shove it in your hands. They let you go. These are things that contribute to the traffic of drugs, because the police are not inspecting. They only want the money. They only want the bribe. They only want the little thing you wrap up and put in their hand. And then it comes on up. You have high-profile cases where the police are supposed to stand and make sure people are persecuted. They are bribed. They are compromised overnight. Nothing comes out of it. People just go to Central, and then they put you in jail. Few calls are made. Behind the scene, the person is released. And then when you carry your case, you have to spend registering the case, putting police on motorbike vehicle to go issue arrest. You have to pay it. Everything is about money, 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 money. So yes, I agree with the survey and center report. And it could not be better than this. The police is very corrupt. And on our current police IG, I think the sector needs to be overhauled, because one of the factors too is that we just grab people and put them in the police. Probably, if you come to Cowell Junction, you see about 50 police are gang up right at that place. They don't go in the counties. They have manpower lacking in the various counties. They are just stuck up here, extorting people, taking money, bribery from people in the traffic. Go to all of the various, go to Barnaville Junction. You will see police. You will see transport union. All of them there, you put that number together, there about 50, 60, harassing the motorcyclists, those keke riders, those taxi drivers. Some of them will even take a man who is reporting $3,000. You impound his keke and say you should gain $7,000. You're not even getting his report money yet. End of the day, they will call you behind the side. And so most of these things are done intentionally. So yes, the police is corrupt. It's a fact.
So Darius, let me interrupt you. Let's talk solution. Give me offer one solution to the problem you just talked about.
First and foremost,
let's talk solution. Just one. One thing we can do to mitigate that. Go ahead.
Yes, I think one of the recommendations would be complete overhauling of the system. Okay, profiling every police officer that are in the system right now. There are people say in the system Gregory Coleman does not know. All right, you need to overhaul the system. Look at the pay grade. We've been hearing police making $150, making they increase their money by $10, $20. It's not sufficient. Somebody is going to work in the sun every day, and then you're getting $100. You expect corruption. You expect bribery. You expect that person to compromise the law, the rule of law. So yes, that's two. Overhaul the system, profile all of the officers, know who are coming in the force, and then second thing, let's look at how their well-being, because you cannot be up there as their commanders, as the director, as the inspectors general, and then you are carrying 10,000, 5,000, 6,000, and the man in the sun 24 hours is just getting $150, $120, $100, $75. So that would increase the chances of corruption.
Okay, Darius, I think we're losing you. At least I didn't hear you for a minute. But thank you, Darius. So we want to move on to Glendy. Before we do that, though, I just want to say here that we all know that our police are important. Okay, we're not suggesting here that all police are bad. They're very important to our democracy. They're important to public safety. But the report says that the public consider them as the number one corrupt entity. Okay. Now there's been some progress. Okay. Recently, the whole traffic control unit have been revamped. Got new leadership in Juan Cooper. Juan's doing a great job. One used to be in the U.S. military. He was also in Atlanta Metropolitan Police. He's a well-trained guy. He's home. He's helping. And now they're starting to stop people, give you tickets. You know, they try to get people in the mindset that you have to follow the rules here, just like we do in other people's country. You know, the police stop you, stop. Yeah, the police say, move my way, move my way. So they're starting to bring some kind of, you know, order on the streets. It takes some time. So there's been some progress. So we want to commend the police for making some progress. At the same time, we have to acknowledge that we have a long ways to go. So Glendy, come help us here. Number one on Central report, the perception of the public, the most corrupt unit, 71% of the public think it is the Liberia National Police. What says you, Glendy?
So hello everybody. Councilor Koo, how are you? I think we have to be fair. When we're talking about corruption with the police, yes, we can acknowledge that there is corruption, but you also have to look and see what is the budget for the police. How much are these people being paid? How are they able to sustain their families? So the corruption you're talking about, are you looking at corruption of an ordinary policeman, or are you looking at corruption from the top positions? So I want to be balanced in my approach. People will say that because, of course, the tendency of the population is to get angry and be annoyed with the police people who may be asking for $1 here and there. So is that what that is related to? What is the corruption that they speak of? That is 71%, is what is it attributed to? But if you're saying the police, you have to also, if you give people a good enough wage, something that they can be able to sustain their families for, then there may be no need that they will be begging for money here and there or asking people to help them. So I heard Darius talking about, oh, there are people on the payroll that Gregory Cuomo doesn't know. I don't know that. I don't know what the police payroll looks like. I can just say from my perspective and from the fact of the numbers as an ordinary citizen, of course, people think the police people are the most corrupt because they're out there, they're struggling, they're trying to get their work done. And then they're also asking the population to contribute towards their work, which people don't think. I don't need to give you money to be able to pass through a checkpoint. I don't need to give you money to do this. So we need to be balanced and look at all of those things. What is that percentage being allocated towards? How did they get that number? What are the factors involved in that number? It may look that way if you're paying in, if they're not making much, Dr. Problem, they will set up different checkpoints here and there. And that's not just today. That's true. All of the different governments, we've seen police people have different checkpoints asking for additional funds and stuff to get some. Is that what they're talking about? I don't know how the police is being run. I don't know what the budget looks like. I don't know who is being accused of what. But I can say if they're not getting paid adequately, and they have to reach out to citizens to help them from time immemorial, then that will be what the noise is about, that they're the most corrupt.
Okay, so thank you, Glendy. So remember now, people perception or the reality. So when Central goes out into the community, the public do that survey, they ask people questions. So people respond based on their experience and their perception. Exactly. You make some good points, Glendy, but people perception and reality for most people is the experience with the police. Police are great people. I can't say that over again. They're necessary. You know, folks, keep dropping your comments in the chat. Helena said our solution, remember, this is a show with critical conversation that leads to constructive action that will help change the nation. She said one of the solutions is that we decentralize. Everybody here know I'm a big proponent of decentralization. What would decentralization do? It would give counties the opportunity to tailor their force and then create pockets of best practices. Then we can look to Grand G and say, look how the police working over there. What can we learn from that? But right now we don't have that. We have national everything. In America, you want to learn about toughness in the police, you go to New York. You want to learn about great education, you go to the state of Maryland. People borrow from one another. Decentralization can help with everything, but it can also help with the police. I just want to drop my little 2 cents in there, even as I welcome my esteemed brother, Councilor Good. Welcome to the show tonight, my friend. Glad you're here. We're discussing CENTAU's 2024 report just released and the perception. Okay, overall, corruption has dropped. The perception of the public is that we are less corrupt as a nation. That's a great thing, from 90% down to 83%. But even there are alarmingly high percentages. There are 4 major areas we want to discuss. We're trying to deconstruct one at a time so we can be able to weigh in. We're on the police. The police was the highest with 71%. Okay, that is down from 73, but it's still high. So talk to us, Councilor. What do you think are some of the problems with police, maybe 1 or 2, and what solution can you offer?
Well, thank you, Dr. Proplet. Let me say good evening to our panelists. Well, it's easy for you to blame the person who you interact with most for any act of corruption than those who you can hardly interact with, and but you benefit from their acts of corruption as well. So if the population or those who the survey capture will blame the police, it will be like Glennie said, perception, because obviously it is the police that they interact with more than the ministers, than the directors, public corporation heads, even the lawmakers. Every time they interact with the lawmakers, maybe after they go home, they get something to put in their pocket. So they don't care to know where they get the money from. They go to the lawmaker's house and they ask for baby top, children's school fee. They don't care to know where they get the money from. So it's easy to complain the police, to blame the corruption on the police. Then these people who are in the top position. But you want to ask me where corruption is more, I will tell you the top position, because I interact with them more than I do interact with the police. So it depends on who the survey captured. But for now, let's look at the police. I think my colleagues have said it all. But I would think that we need to go back to ourselves and search ourselves and see, because it seems as though even if you give the police pay rise, right, you raise the money to $500, they will still be involved into acts of corruption. Lawmakers are making $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, and they're still being accused of involved into corrupt practices. And ministers are making 7,000, they're still involved. So it is a systemic issue, and I think it's more about how we've lost our sense of nationalism and patriotism. And we need to go back and search ourselves, because even in the churches, the police people are not in the church, and they are not the police people preaching. But in the churches, you go to the church, the members are complaining about pastor misusing the church fund. So it's everywhere. It's just everywhere in the country. So we just need to go back and search ourselves and see who we are as a people, and try to train the new generation of people coming up, the young ones that still don't know anything yet, train them about being honest and being sincere and being, satisfied with whatever they may have now, and wish that there will be better opportunities in the future than to force it to try to get involved into acts of criminality just because they want to live a kind of a life that seems to be befitting. So I just will add up to the fact that we have to go back and search ourselves. Because I can't give any solution to this. I can't give you any physical well solution. Somebody said decentralized. Decentralized, you will just be having the police again. You decentralize it, and you go do survey, they will tell you the police. Somebody will tell you the police. It's all about perception. People who you interact with, the bigger criminals are in the top position, the white collar. They are the biggest crooks and corrupt people we have. Being a small police officer because we see him every day. But these crooks come to us, give rice, pay school fees, do this. We don't care to ask where they get the money from. So, I mean, I don't think I can say anything more than that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Counselor. So again, let's keep things in perspective, right? We identify a problem, we try to find solution. The report is out. Where to get the data from? They got it from the people and people perception or their reality. People are talking back. Look, police are good men and women. They're necessary to our democracy. We have to find a way, like with every other sector, to help make them better. I am one of those who do not ascribe to the money small thing, okay? Because the money small is so relative. Now, Glennie made a point, I think, about living wage. I agree with that. I honestly don't know what our living wage is. We don't hear much from Ministry of Labor. So I don't know what living wage is. We need to identify that in our country. Everybody who works for the government of the Republic of Liberia should have a wage that is above the living wage. But beyond that, and Councilor Koo alluded to that, beyond that, it's not a money thing, people. Let's just be fair here. People who on the front of the newspaper, they're not the people around the street, are the people on the top. The people who make plenty of money to be involved in corruption. It's opportunity, it's impunity. But I also think with the police, though, because they are so concentrated in the capital, there's a greater propensity for that. Police, a big part of police work is community policing. I live in Magibi. You hardly see police in the community. But when you get to the little motorbike checkpoint and they put there 10, 15, 20. So when you all there, the propensity is higher because that way the cars ain't coming. In fact, one time they didn't stop me. They stopped the car on my phone. I'm trying to do something. They drive, they're slowing down. I told them, let's go. I see the bully right got hell. And he got, he said, hey, driver's license. I said, oh, man, you get that car on the street, just stop you with driver's license. I know driver's license inspection thing here. I beg you, move so we can go to work. Hey, he said, man, I know you. So I said, what I got to do with what you just did? I told you what you just did. Don't be doing that to the ordinary people. I said, I'm Dr. Brother. I said, oh, let me contact myself. Doc, you'll go. But it shouldn't be like that. So you see now, if I'm not going to push back, what's going to happen? I got to put my hand in my pocket and get something. The driver's license, even though my driver has a driver's license, he has to work. That's his job. He must have it. But the point I'm trying to make, they just keep doing all these things. They have the opportunity, right? But if you're in the community, doing community policing, you build relationships with people. You see, people respect police more and police care for people more. And there'll be less opportunity for these kinds of things. So we keep looking for a solution. Folks, thank you for weighing in. And to those who are listening and watching, keep sending your comments. You're making some good comments. We're trying to scroll down, see some of them. We might just target one or two and highlight it. Yes, the second group, though. The second group, number two, the police is number one. The healthcare sector follows. 46%. That's the bad news. The good news is it's down. It's down by 13%. A year ago, it was 59%. So there's big progress there. It's down to 46%, the healthcare sector. Let's talk. Glendy, I want to start with you because that's your era there. I know you're on the other side of the pond, but, let's talk about what are some of the areas, what are some of the challenges with the healthcare sector that could cause the public, based on their experiences, to feel like, 46% of the people feel like this is the second most corrupt sector in the country.
So I think
healthcare sector, 46%.
No, I think Dr. Probler,
go ahead, Glendy.
We've lived in a few months preceding to this month, we've heard so many stories. You can and that too again you can attribute to perception and what people are feeling and how they're being treated and what they see and what we hear. We hear a lot of stories about JFK. We even the last time Spoon TV did went to JFK early. They saw those patients who needed to be dialyzed. You heard the experiences. People not working. They're being charged to pay for health care. Not only that, we may not have a robust system that can ensure that the physicians and the nurses and everybody that we have, that they're trained, or even if they don't have the required training, that they're getting the training, someone is checking on that. But the thing about it is, I think there's just so much emphasis on the private clinics that we have in Liberia than ensuring that our public clinics are able to be up to standard to take care of the population, because the vast majority of the population, they don't work. They don't have money. They depend on JFK, and when they go to JFK, they're also being charged. So what system do we have in place that someone who doesn't have money can go to JFK and get treated and not have to wait? I've worked with organizations in Liberia that sometimes the family members have to go and look for the medications and bring it to be given to the patient. So all of these things we know about, we've heard about it. It's good news that it has reduced. But if you were to go out now and ask some citizens of Liberia, they're going to tell you poor healthcare, because we've seen it. One of the things we see also is that the government officials, most of them, when they become ill, they're not treated in Liberia. They go outside of Liberia. So where is the emphasis being placed to ensure that we have a proper healthcare system in Liberia that can cater to the needs of the people, so you don't have people who have the money going out? So this one, for me, I think 46% is really being kind to the system that we have as it relates to healthcare. That we're saying that you're giving corruption 71%, you're giving the police 71%, they're not getting paid, but you're giving a government 46% for healthcare when we can barely meet the needs, the health needs of the people we have in Liberia.
Oh, thank you. So just so we're clear, this is not necessarily performance. This is corruption. That corruption exists here, our perception of. So you're right. When it comes to healthcare, we got a boatload of challenges. But and our viewers, they keep pumping in the comments. I encourage you to do that. Zia said that we need to encourage people before we criticize them, because encouragement builds confidence and affirmation. I want to say, if I backpedal for a minute to the police, that it's not all police into this stuff. There's so many men and women integrity. And in the morning in particular, I want to give them the props. In the morning, I live all the way down in Marshall, and the police help with the traffic flow to make it easier for us to get to where we're going. Our roads are not that big, so the presence there and the conducting of the traffic helps. So we want to give them the prop. But there's still many of them who stop people every day and want to take $1 or $2. We want to discourage that. Don't do that. The healthcare sector, that's where we are. Welcome, Fubi. We're talking about Cental's report, okay? There are 4 sectors that top their list. We're on number 2, healthcare, 46% down though. So we made progress, down from 59 a year ago. What might be a problem in that sector, and what solution do you offer? Darius, talk to us.
Yeah, so I think for us to see corruption, for me, I don't celebrate a 13% decrease. The fact that the number is still high, 46% of the population believe that the health sector is corrupt, then it means it rings bell, because there's poor healthcare delivery at the first point. All right, go across Liberia. not even just Monserrato. Poor healthcare, poor infrastructure. Most of the clinic, the hospital don't have drugs. So the corruption comes in when today government just supply maybe one bucket of paracetamol. Before you go there, it disappears. And then even if it do not disappear, you pay for it. You pay for it. And sometimes they give you paper, prescription, that the drugs, paracetamol is not yet at the clinic, but go to that specific drugstore. And that drugstore is owned by that physician or that doctor or that nurse that is recommending you there. All across the country, nearly 80% of our health professionals, they own drugstore and clinics. So you don't expect drugs, medication to be in the facility. It is diverted to their personal clinics and drugstores. That is corruption. That is public corruption. So at the end of the day, if you went to JFK now, you don't have medication. And the more great part about the entire thing is that our leaders, some of them own drugstores, clinics. They don't care for the public sector, the public health sector. All right. Everything is about their interest, is about corrupting the system. So I agree. I think Center report is a fair analysis. And what we'll recommend is that, I said it again, we need to make sure that the system is overhauled. Go to JFK or redemption. If you don't have money, you will die. People have died because no money. They said that the money is legit. They're requesting legitimate money. No, they just want money. To check a pregnant woman, you're paying $20, $15. To public hospital, government hospital, then what more about delivery? At the end of the day, some of our people are lying there. Some of them, the hospital even sees them until they pay. They don't have it. So I think it is very sad and it is unfortunate.
Thank you, Darren. So let me ask you, Darren. Let me follow up there. So you made a good observation about conflict of interest. Yeah, that's really what it is. So you give me a big job in the public sector as far as healthcare, right? Government appoint me to be something, but then I got my private thing, like my private clinic or so. So there's conflict of interest. So do you think we should do a better job, we mean the government, at vetting people? So you appoint Dr. Bropler to go in here and he running the same kind of business where he's going to be going to manage on behalf of the people and the government, then he shouldn't have that job or he should relinquish one. So is that what I hear you saying? As part of the solution,
yes,
we should vet people to see what are their private sector connections, so that there's no conflict of interest. So if I had a chief medical officer at JFK, there has to be one at Judicial.
And the worst part of it is that you will not believe it that most of the clinics, these renowned drugstores, to operate on it, you're supposed to use a doctor license. You find out that all of our doctors, their licenses are being used almost like a collateral because they get the kickback. So government is losing, the corruption is still there, and then when drugs enter the facility, it is diverted to their clinics. So yes, vetting could be one, but I think the system should be totally overhauled. The health sector is messy.
Thank you, Darren. Thank you, Darius. Tamba, let's come. We're talking about the healthcare sector. Okay, 46% down from 59, 13% drop. That's encouraging, but we still got some challenges. Point us to a problem or two as you see it and a solution, a possible solution. Talk to us.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Doc. I think the healthcare system of Liberia, when I look at this score, first of all, I'm impressed to see the 13% change in perception. But the reality on the ground is that the healthcare system of Liberia, some will say deplorable. It is one of the worst in the region. And here's why. I mean, if you look across Liberia, people who are well-to-do, who are wealthy, who have means, when they get sick or they have a specific health condition, they are unable to get health care in Liberia. They fly out to Ghana, to India, to the US, to Europe. We have seen even lawmakers, government officials fly out to other countries, and some even die in those countries, and they are flowing back home. My own brother from Lofa County, the late Eugene Falakwaka, he was representative. He died in India. They flew his body back home. May so rest in peace. The late Senator Geraldine Doe Salif, I think she died in one of the West African countries, if not Ghana. They flew her body back home. And I can go on and give you, more names, including Tubman, the late President Tubman, who died abroad. But that also shows that the people of Liberia don't have confidence, including their leaders, in our healthcare system. And kudos to those healthcare workers who are out there, the nurses and the doctors and the PAs, who are giving their all to contribute to provide health services to our population. But the entire healthcare system needs to be revamped. When a country doesn't have a healthcare system that works for the people, you can attract talent. Many of our talent, like Fubi, like Councillor Gu now, who find himself abroad, like myself, it is difficult to try to return to Liberia to stay there for a long time if you have a pre-existing condition, knowing that when you get sick and your condition get worse, then you can go to the local healthcare system there. And that's just an example of giving you, that's a reality. So when a country doesn't have a good healthcare system, not only you are losing your people at a young age. Today, when you look across Liberia, many young people die more than the older people, especially Monrovia. The city is so congested and so polluted. And sometimes these young people die, they cannot even tell them what they died from. And it is sad. It is unfortunate that, but the perception here, I think the perception here is coming from the lack of, because when people find themselves in a hospital like JFK, where they have minimum fees that you have to pay, or a private clinic where you have to pay the fees before you get treated, and they can't afford it. And sometimes, look, it is unfortunate, but people are in a corridor of those hospitals and they die. And that's the unfortunate, conditions here, situations here. And that adds to the perception. People are thinking, well, if you don't have money to give a nurse or to give a doctor, you take your patient to that hospital, to that clinic, the person may die. And that's all adding to this negative perception. Solutions. Darryl struck a point, and I'm going to add to that. When you have medical doctors who are working within the government system, who controls the pharmacy system, the medication system, and they have interest in private hospitals and private clinics, where they are shareholders, where they are owners, where they are part owners, sometimes they are diverting the medication that should be going to those hospitals, like JFK and other public hospitals. They are diverting those medications to their own private hospitals and private clinics, and that needs to stop. I think people who are in that habit need to be caught. They need to be investigated. And as I said earlier about the police, it's about accountability. You need to hold people accountable. You need to set an example of them. You have to lead by example, so that the young nurses who are training to become nurses and the young doctors who are in training can understand that coming into this trade, it comes with accountability. It's about saving lives and not about enriching yourself.
All right, so thank you. You make a good point. I got my own ideas, but I'll hold them, and I want to go around and hear from our panelists. To those who are watching, and if you're just joining us, this is Spoon Talk. You know there is absolutely no talk like Spoon Talk. So join the conversation. Keep putting in your comment and share the show. Share the show. Tell somebody that Spoon Talk is happening right now. Stanton is not well tonight, so we pray his speedy recovery. But we are holding it down. You are here, we are here, and the conversation goes on. So join the show and share the show. Counselor, we're talking about a very important sector, the healthcare sector. Let's just be real. We're getting to a critical place now. Every time we get a little illness, those who can afford it, they fly out of the country. So the thing you're going for to that other country, we should put it in our own country. So you don't fly out there, you have it here. Recently, the dialysis thing, they didn't have the medication at JFK. One person almost died. JFK, dialysis is something that important. That only one. That the only one. Okay, there was another one at the other place that is not working. That's the only one. In 2025, dialysis, only JFK. Come on now. Come on, people. We're talking, but we're not putting our money where our mouth is. We can do better. We can do better. So, Counselor, share your wisdom. Share your wisdom. Healthcare is critical. And just to Thomas' point before you come in, Counselor, you talk about people dying young. It's not just people dying. That is critical, you're right. But it's also low productivity. People who are not very healthy or less productive. Now it cuts across the socioeconomic spheres of the country. Let's hear you, Counselor.
So, thank you, Dr. Problem, and welcome, my brother Fubi. You see, sometimes through some of these surveys, as they're conducted, it depends on who you speak to. Because while it is true that numbers are dropping, but we're still getting the same complaints that there are no drugs in the hospital, that there are no beds. You understanding? Healthcare workers are threatening to go on strike because of no pay or low pay. So who did they capture? Who did they really talk to? Who also have an effect on the percentage. It could not necessarily be a reality, but it depends on how the person feel, about the system generally. So that's how they gave their own perspective. But I agree with some of the points that the healthcare system, and like I said, we see the police every day, so it's easy to blame most of the corruption on the police. But going into the white collar area, you get to understand that there are far more corrupt people there than even the police on the street. I know that many health workers, many top people in the health system have their own health facilities, and which I think undermines the collective, or support for the public institution. I know I led an investigation in 2023 of the thievery of $480,000 US worth of drugs from the Central Medicine Store in Caldwell. 481,500 cartons of malaria drug got missing. And as the investigation got deeper, one of the deputy ministers tried to stand in my way when I needed to speak to somebody who was working in the office. And I threatened, I said, if I don't get that person to appear before the police by 10 minutes, I will tell the police to arrest the person who is holding the person we want to speak to. And when they said, "Oh, it's Councilor Good talking," I know in less than 5 minutes the guy was to the police station. What I'm saying here is that the system is, I mean, we have a lot of work to do, man. Let me frank. Don't forget about the percentage we see. The whole country is corrupt practices, corrupt people. It is killing.
We do.
It's killing. Yes, it's killing the country because we know how we deal with the people, right? We know how many times we travel. Myself, I travel almost all over the country. I see the condition of the health system. Every day you talk about people dying because there's no drugs, no drug, no drug. Like Dara said, you go to the hospital, they tell you to go to the drugstore. I got paralyzed, like I said, in 2020. 2 months I couldn't walk. I went to the hospital, JFK. They gave me the slip to go to one of the drugstore and go across the road to buy the drug. You understand it? So is it that they are not getting the full budgetary support to equip the hospitals, or they are getting it but then diverting it? In the case of the drugs, at least we know somebody stole it because those drugs were donated, I think by USAID. I know, I used to WHO, one of them. I know that for a fact because the investigation, revealed that, and the USAID were really working along with us on that investigation as well, or following up. It said that, or is that because people just believe that this person to have hospital or so, and the person, well, the person hospital is running. Ministers in government, the past government, the minister have own hospital. They are running perfectly. No day went
The
down to
hospital
say,
running, but
oh,
the government hospital for the poor people
yes,
not running, but the private
yes.
hospital running well.
Yeah, so it's difficult for us to really analyze where, but I think for me, the dishonesty at the highest level, and the dishonesty did not just start from upstairs, it started from down when the people were coming up, those who are so dishonest and corrupt were coming up as kids. I already saw their parents involved into dishonest activities. So they decided to just learn it, or the society, or the war. Maybe the war just changed us, as a people. So the level of dishonesty and insincerity in the country cripples, our national growth and development. So for me, I think, it's more about who all you talk to and what the perceptions are. But our level of dishonesty and insincerity in the country, have led us to this point. And I hope that we can have, a national, what's it, nationalistic view, about how we treat Liberia and how we treat our public sector, or infrastructure. We may not get anywhere better. We change people, the other people will come, the same thing will be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Fubi, welcome again. We're talking healthcare in our country. We're reacting to the Center's report, but we're keeping it in perspective. We want critical conversation, but we want to lead to constructive action. So, what says you, Fubi?
Yeah, so I agree with all the points about the different schemes of corruption that are taking place with regards to selling the drugs, the issue with the police, talk about people extorting little time and so from the traffic and all the different stuff. And I don't disagree with all those points because those are normal. It's like a way of life right now in Liberia. So you follow when Madam Salif took over, she said, look, corruption, public enemy number one. That was her first day speech. And before she closed, she said corruption is a way of life in Liberia. So it made her say she gave up in the fight against corruption. She even accepted the blame for her son's act at Nuka. So you follow the issue, and President we also took over, we deal with corruption, with blah, blah, blah. And at the end of the day, he said, how can you prosecute people when we are all related? So corruption now became a way of life, and you cannot prosecute people because we are all relatives in the country. So everybody tied to each other. So, and when he congratulated Bwaka, he wanted to meet Bwaka, he also told Bwaka, that look, don't touch any more people, just let them go. Whatever they did, let it be so. And, that was the bargain that he went for. So I know more people did some things, but let them go. So now President Bwaka is in charge, and it's up to him to change the narratives. And he made one statement, I think someone in Lofa, where he said, we know that you people are corrupt, but whatever you get, let it reach the people. So he's acknowledged that the system as a whole is a corrupt society. But it's up to all of us to deal with it. The health sector is no exception. The police is no exception. And like Councillor Gu said, we focus on these small entities and leave the bigger one. I always criticize the legislature, and We can do all the small analysis, and everybody knocks on the door of the lawmakers. So to some point, the lawmakers say they want more money, to the point that they even breaching the constitution by adding their legislative engagement funds. And, so and you cannot, and the guys at the lower level, and one solution I would say, integrity doesn't pay school fees. And patriotism doesn't pay your house rent or your medical bill or feed a family. Taking oath, the person took oath to do this work. Oath doesn't put roof over your house. So the issue of living wage is a must. We have to revisit the minimum wage that we have in the country, and we also have to revisit the pension law of the country. We have to fix these two things, because if somebody is working and they know that when I'm retired, I have very good pension benefit that I can take care of me even in my old age if I'm not working. Those two things will help to shift your level of integrity on the job, your level of honesty on the job. Because you know that if I get fired today, I risk this. So if I get fired for stealing, I risk this. If I get fired for doing this, I risk this. So that will help to put you, to help to shape, to team you. That even if you know you want to take something, you say, no, my salary is good, let me fall in line. If I don't do this, I lost this property or this investment or this pension benefit. These are things that we have to tie to our whole work. And that's how you will help to shape the different, people at different levels. Because the guy at the top will still big. The guy at the bottom will also steal. Because you talk about the police, the health guys. I'm sitting down here. We're fighting the government. The government does not invest into the health sector, besides paying salaries and some little supplies. Bulk of our support comes from international partners. Who alluded to the issue of USAID funding the hospitals with drugs. So that free drugs, now our money bringing in. So now I'm bringing money bringing. Let's take it at USAID. But if government is actually pumping our taxes into the health sector, there will be some kind of streamlining, and people will focus on directing some of those things. And that's why I've always said there are a lot of resources we have, there are a lot of stuff we have, but we are not prioritizing them. We are not driving our developmental agenda towards internally generated revenue and putting it into the different sectors. Your whole agriculture sector, you put it in the hands of foreign partners. If they don't donate, it can't work. Your health sector is in the hands of foreign partners. If they don't donate, it can't work. So we have to change that narrative and look at those two things that I talk about, the wage bill and our pension. That will help to shape the corruption to some extent. Thank you.
Thank you, Fuben. Thank you, panelists, for your wisdom. Thank you to all of our viewers and listeners. Keep the comments coming. Listen, folks, it's time for a shift. Let's just face it, it's time for a shift. So that those who argue, well, if you want good people to come home, you got to pay them much money. Okay. So you pay this much money, and then you got this much money for healthcare, and you got less money for education. If I make a lot of money and I'm not healthy, if I go to the hospital and I'm fighting for my life, I spend all that money. The quality of life is less. So actually, I'm better off if you take a lot of that money from the top, because Liberia, we overpay people. And I said that before, especially non-productive units like commission boards and stuff. We assure good salaries for those people. And then in hospitals, x-ray machine, CT scan, those things are scarce. Medication scarce. If we move the resources from the top upper echelon to the bottom most important areas, education, healthcare, top of the list for me. You will have healthier people, you will have smarter people, you will have more productive people. I will live better. We all will live better. If you make less money, you're happier, you're healthier. Then if you make a lot more money and you're sick and you can't get help, and then you fly out of the country. Fly out of the country, medical attention is expensive. It's very expensive. I know that personally. When the bone got stuck in my throat, and it couldn't come out after 8 days. So it's very expensive to fly out of the country. 98% of our population cannot do that. And they should not have to do that for ordinary things. Basic medical care should be available in this country. Somebody made a comment. One of our viewers and listeners made a comment, and they said there was corruption back in the day, but we have better hospital. That's absolutely true. In the pre-war era, JFK was a top-notch hospital. It wasn't everything right there, but it was a top-notch place. You know, it was equipped. So again, there'll be corruption. It's a lack of will. It's a lack of will to move the resources. I know when you talk about lowering salaries and benefiting, people start kicking and screaming. That's the kind of leadership we need right now. Let's move it. Let's move the money in healthcare so that we have better healthcare for ordinary Mayanaway Mapu across the country. It will help this nation tremendously. Folks, we got 2 more on that report. Let's transition. Let's transition. The third one, believe it or not, is the court system. I know the counselor got a lot to talk about that one, so I want to hear him. The court system, court services came in third, 26%. Is down though, 12% decrease from the year before, but it's still corrupt. I know that personally because I've been in the court and I saw this judge. He's just so embarrassing. And he just openly said, "I better give me money, better give me money." And I'm thinking, how can this person represent the president rest agenda, rule of law, when he's just walking around saying, "Better bring the money, better bring the money"? It's very corrupt. And down there, number 3. Okay, when we don't have confidence in our system of justice, we got a problem. Okay, you don't want to go to a system that is outside of the judicial system. That's not democracy, that's chaos. We ain't going there. Okay, we ain't going there. So that means this particular sector must be run better. Counselor, let's start with you. The public thing there, number 3 on the list of corrupt sectors, even though there's been a 12% drop from 2023 to 2024. Help us understand what you think are some of the challenges and what you propose as solutions.
You know, that the problem, and that's what I said to you. I said to you, depending on who you talk to, it seems, as because I don't know what have changed from 2023 to now.
People perception, at least when they survey, people perception.
Coming, yes, so I'm coming, and so that's why I said, because corruption in the court system, even the Chief Justice has raised it many, many, many times. You go to file your case, the filing clerk wants you to give him something. The person who taking the file to the sheriff wants you to give him something. The sheriff will charge you to go and execute the raid. That money they say to transport themselves. Somebody is going to serve a raid from the Kodia, Temple of Justice, across the road to LU. They tell you to give them $20 US. Just across the road to LU. Give them $20 US. You don't give that $20 US sometimes. Obviously, your case will not be served. Your precept will not be served. So it is over. You talk about for us, people who should be serving as city solicitors, right? In the various counties. Many of them are
City solicitor, counselor, just for the public, counselor for the public. So those who are listening, city solicitor or the government prosecutors, right? They're the ones who represent the people, the government, the people, right?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Carry on.
At the level of the ministerial court, over 60 to 70% of those people serving in those ministerial courts around the country are volunteers. So obviously, a man goes to volunteer his services to the government. He's now on payroll. Just know he will feed on the party litigants. The money that you gave him, it doesn't go to government account that will create an avenue for him to be brought on the payroll. It goes into his pocket. So it continues to extend his name.
Councilor, let me hold you. Let me ask you, why is that? This is a very important person in the judicial system. Why are those persons volunteers? What's going on there? Why the volunteers?
Because
why is this solicitor?
There's no budgetary allotment. I know in 2022, will it be 2022? Yes, I think 2022. I appeared before the budget committee, and we had a program that we suggested under the Ministry of Justice that 100 city solicitors should be trained. Trained at the JR, the institute that trains judges. We say if judges can be trained, people who are non-law school graduates can be trained to serve as magistrates, then it's good for us to also have non-law school graduates, people with degree, and people who are volunteering to be trained extensively into the practice of law, criminal law, and civil law at that level, so that they can provide a better service to the people. I went to the legislature. I made a case for those 100 persons. 75 of them were not on payroll. We put in the budget for them at the time. How much was the money? I think it was 150 or so. We put the money into the budget of I think $75 or so. We put the money into the budget. They say, yeah, the lawmakers shook their head. Oh, yeah, this is a good program. Zero. They didn't give 1 cent to that program. Today, the system's still there. So there's been no budgetary allotment. Every time that we went to the legislature, every time we made a proposal to bring these people on the payroll, train them well, and bring them on the payroll, we're never given the support. So obviously, the problem continues. And that's what I said. I mean, has it changed? I don't think it has changed. I don't think it has changed. So depending on who you talk to, the perception will drop. If you talk to a group of politicians, obviously the perception will drop. If you talk to people who go to the court, the percentage that they even had before will then be the right percentage. If they had 90% before, it will be 95%. So the system, we have a problem in terms of, like you said, directing the resources to where it ought to be. You have good programs, you lay it before the legislature, they don't buy it at all. They ignore it. How much will that cost up at then? I think the total training was 150,000 to train those people at the JR for I think 3 or 6 months, intensive training. And the salary was around $225, the 75% per month or so, something around there. 225,000 per annum, in fact, for all of them. And nothing. So what we're saying here is that yes, we acknowledge the system and having problem in terms of corruption. But I will give one solution, main solution is a
Let's hear it.
Of accountability. If we can raise the bar, the standard of accountability, I think perception in public service will drop. If we hold people accountable for their action, if we hold people accountable for the misuse of one drug in the health sector, nobody else will steal. If we hold a police officer accountable for his action of collecting money and putting it in his pocket, like the one that the IG arrested, if you are tuning out of the system, the one that remain there will not do the same. But the IG does not pass on that road every day. He caught that money, he took it from them. Where are they? Do we hear any report of dismissal? Or we heard that they were changed? The assignment were changed to go and do the same things into areas where the IG will not see. So people still drop. Have we taken action on those people? People still government assets. Have we taken action? People overspend the budget. Have we asked why? Have we conducted, the proper accountability process to ensure that they account, that they explain why did they do X, Y, Z? So if the accountability bar is low, I tell you the truth, we're not going anywhere. And it all boils down to the issue of impunity. That is the main problem that we're having. That's the one single problem. If we can address that problem, if we can strengthen the LACC, if we can strengthen the GAC, the LACC will have more lawyers, more prosecutors, and more, investigators. If you strengthen the GAC, you'll have more.
Counselor,
Yeah.
Counselor, I agree with you to an extent. So strengthen them, have more lawyers, have more prosecutors, have more money for the budget. Listen, public service is not a right. It's a privilege, especially if you're in a high place appointed by the president. I think what could change the culture quicker is a zero tolerance attitude. If Butler is caught up in so fire the man. This is not, God can't judge us all. Fire him, remove him from there. The next person down the line will say, okay, wait a minute. I want to make sure I run my stuff right. Listen, I work different places. And one of the things I will always be going was integrity, honesty, transparency. I was chairman of the board, Shenandoah Committee. I had a $67 million budget. When I was leaving, I said, audit me. The church, when I was leaving, I said, audit me. It's not time for audit yet, but audit me anyway. So if we work that way, right, and saying that, look, this is a privilege for me to serve the public, that I shouldn't come here with this attitude of entitlement and feel like I can bask in the culture of impunity. I think it starts from the way we approach these things. Counselor, I agree with you. More people here and there will help. But man, you let people go quicker, I'm telling you, we'll start to straighten this thing out. Go ahead, finish your thought. I want to go to the other panelists.
Okay, so I think you're just supporting my idea that the most single reason why corruption persists in our society so much that we can talk about it at every level is the issue of impunity. And if we raise the bar, the standard of accountability, I think 2-3 years from now, we'll not be talking what we're talking today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Tama, let's talk. We're on the third place, which is the court system. Public thing there, number 3 on the list. What's this?
Yeah, thank you, Doug. First of all, I'm glad to hear from my learned counselor, talking about the issue of ending the culture of impunity. And this is a battle that we have been leading for the last 20 years. When a society doesn't hold people accountable, it leads to the breakdown of rule of law. And that's what's happening in Liberia. First of all, the perception there, 26% for the court system, that, look, I think it's a good score for them, down 13 points from last year. But the entire court system is the bedrock of the rule of law, of a functioning democracy. And this is why they can do better. They need to do better. What is happening is that in addition to the kickbacks that people in the court system take for almost everything, even if you go get a file in a court system for a case that you have on the docket, you have to give someone something to get that. If you go file a case to even evict someone from your house, from your apartment, you have to give something in addition for them to be able to process that eviction proceeding. Even though there are required fees you have to pay that goes in the government coffers, but they want that extra thing. And that's what's driving this perception, that extra thing. And I think we'll talk about this on the previous show, Doc. But here's what I'm going to, for our people in radio land. Since the onslaught of the Civil War in 1989, 1990, up to today, it's been 35 years. 35 years, Liberia lost its way. Our most educated people formed themselves into rebel groups and warring faction, and they carved out the territories, they duke out for control of our resources. It was not a fight for any principle per se. They were only fighting to control the resources. Who could control the resources? Who could control the budget of this country? And that's what the fight was about. They destroy an entire generation, if not even 2 generations. Our generation was a case growing up in the middle of the war. And that mentality has translated where the warring faction came in, they carved out the government, they shared ministries and portfolios so people could get rich and they could pay themselves because of the sacrifices they made according to them to fight a war, an unjust war, a war against their people. And we've gone from that, we revitalized the political party system, wherein today people are more loyal to political parties than the state. That's the problem. So our entire loyalty to nation was lost in translation during the last 30, 35 years of this war. We have a new generation of people today, or a generation today, who want to get everything fast because of the years that the locusts or the war took away from them. So whether people in the police system or the healthcare system or the court system, everybody want to get everything fast so they can get back, so they can live a better life. And there were the challenges for us are that until we can become a country of rule of law, where we end the culture of impunity. And another aspect of the court system that there's been control by secret societies that we don't talk about. If you go to a court system with someone who is in a secret society with a judge who is part of that society, your case will just delay in that court system. So sometimes they just delay these cases. And when you delay, justice is not denied. But if you delay a case, we have thousands of land cases today that are just lingering in the court system. It creates a perception that the court system is corrupt. And all of that is adding to that perception. I know the Chief Justice is going to retire soon. It is my hope that whoever the president is going to name to that role as the next justice or the Chief Justice must come with that commitment to revamping this court system. We have put enough resources there, and we should continue to put resources there. But we need to change the mindset of people. We need to continue with the campaign, with the advocacy, so people understand that we put nation first, not political party, and not a secret society that you belong to, or because you have, someone calls you at night to say, well, that case you have, I have interest in it. Justice has to be, even the common man has to be for everyone. Even the common man has to be entitled to justice and fairness in our legal system. That's the only way people can trust the justice system. And that's the only way people can live and abide by the rule of law. That's required in our society. And that's a fight we have to do that. So ending the culture of impunity, we start with that. Also continuing to change the mindset of this generation and the future generation through the education system. We have to revamp our education system so that the people that we are educating to become leaders, to become justices, to become nurses, to become police people, that their loyalty is not to the state or to the party that brought them in office, but rather to the nation of Liberia. Thank you, Dad.
Thank you, Tama. Appreciate it. Fubi, let's talk. We're talking judicial system. You from a family of lawyers. Let's talk. What do you perceive as some of the problem and potential solution? We want to solve the problem, not just iterate the problem. So help us.
Yeah, I think you don't consider. You don't consider Sherma or somebody have that they got this famous quotation from that the good lawyer knows the law book, and the best lawyer knows the judge. So, and that's how they play their game. So they always winning. To win your case, you have to be the best lawyer. You have to know the judge. So you can know all the theory in the law. You can go there and argue your case good. If you don't know the judge, forget it. Like the guy said, if you don't get it, forget about it. So, but it's a serious thing for our country, and that's why for me, I don't like the court system. I don't like even the police station. I don't carry people to those places, except rare cases. You gotta be very, 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 very grave before you even take that kind of thing. At one time, I took somebody to police station, one of my begin because he decided it on me. And I think he crossed the line. So it's for you, power. I just gotta make it to spend a few nights there. And I've never sued somebody to the court before, and I don't intend to do so. because I don't think it's the system. The system has not been working a lot of time for a lot of people because of the same issues around it. But it's up to all of us, up to the government to fix it. Accountability is key, and we have to hold people accountable. We have to overhaul the system. People have to be punished for some of the things that are done. People have to be exposed. If you consistently expose people, name them, shame them, you tend to also reduce, to some extent. But it's something that we all need to do, because if we don't do that, we just keep quiet and follow the rule. As a remote chancellor town, even when he left, when he left immediately, just within that period, there was a system at the different ministries. When you go there, you will see people just sitting down. Now, what chancellor never complains. Some people are the best civil servant. I don't pay them 6 months, but they're still working. They don't complain. Because one office, you see about 50 or maybe 5 or 6 desks. People just say not doing nothing. But when you get one people like people just take to one person directly, they will take to go to the other person. So you move from each desk from desk to desk. Oh, I get pen. Oh, you gotta buy the pen. You have to buy a pen also. You gotta get the money. Then the person will take that pen and sign and take it go to the other person. I get pen. Oh, you gotta buy the other ink. The ink finish for the pen. You gotta put ink in that pen. Pay that money. So you do about 6 desks before you get to the actual person that's supposed to sign. And and that comes to the goal talking about. If you don't get people volunteer, key position. You don't put them on payroll. You say you volunteer. How do you expect a man children to eat? How do you expect a man children to go to school? How do you expect them to pay hospital bills? To transport is that they didn't come there. So these are all, the system is an enabler of corruption. So if we don't face these little things, and we can push around and say, oh, it's not about salary, it's not about this. No, it's about that. People have to have living wage. Your minimum wage, you gotta review it. And you may take pay at the end of the month. That salary alone should be able to at least take care of a monthly rent. It should be able to take care of a feeding. It should be able to take care of a children's school fees. It should be able to take care of hospital bills. If you don't have insurance for the person or their job and providing insurance, they have to be able to take care of those. Public hospitals. Some of those big countries, Canada, for example, healthcare is free. UK, healthcare is free. Nobody will tell you, say, bring this before we test your patient. Like that I was talking earlier. And, if you don't pay the money, we will not test your patient. See a patient that's saying and shaking to the point of death because you don't have $10 US. Nobody will attend to that person. So all these people that work in the different sectors, they are faced with all of these conditions. So you don't expect this guy to sit down and say, look, I'm a volunteer, I'm a citizen solicitor, I'm volunteering. Then your wife just calling him, man, oh, our son just fell off. $5 not in your pocket. Then somebody come with something that people is gonna set the document. Man, right now they play ahead. If you don't give me $50 to do the thing, forget it. Because he need that $50 to go take care of a property at home. So we have to be practical with the situation that we have. The system of the country as a whole is an enabler of corruption from head down, and everything are working. So until we address the basic things, before we can start holding people accountable, the man volunteer, you ain't paying. The man will eat. Then you say the man collects what he said, the man taking bribe. Yeah, we agree, don't bribe. But that bribe is for what? The family has to eat. He can't deny them. So let's address this thing, because you say, okay, we grab the man. You don't have jail for everybody, and you arrest for corruption. You can strengthen the LACC, get them all the best lawyers. At the end of the day, you still don't have. You have to address the cardinal issues, because even the people at LACC at some point, if they're not taking pay, they themselves will start compromising cases. And that's why I told people that to fight drugs is hard, because all those that fight drugs, people put them on big payrolls. If you got someone in the police on the payroll of the drug cartel, and the police, you take it only what, $100 or $150 or even $500 per month, you got for 30 days to pass. But the cartel is paying you $2,000. You think who you going to be loyal to, the state or the cartel? So we have to be serious. Government needs to look at it, fix the system, so that we can address this whole issue of corruption. America can afford to prosecute people easily, because when you take pay at the end of the month, that your salary alone can solve most of your basic needs. say you want to live a luxurious life, then you want to overspend, but at least the basic one, to find food, to keep your family on a shelter, to take care of your health care, to take care of your car, your insurance, and all the blah, blah, blah. Your salary can take care of those. So Liberia needs to start looking in that direction. And that's why I keep focusing on building the private sector. How do we support private sector investment for Liberians? I'm not talking about the foreign, big foreign company will bring in. Smallholders investment. How do we encourage that so that Liberians can start growing up and become, we can have employ ourselves and also become millionaires from our own time. But all the foreign direct investment, we're not going to change most of the things. We look at locally. So we need to fix the system. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Fubi. So Darius, let's hear you. We're still on the judicial system, and we've got one more piece from the Center's report. Talk to us.
I think the conversation is interesting, but Dr. Buple, corruption is a significant problem in the judicial system, and then it impacts and undermines the rule of law. Our judges accept bribes. They solicit bribes to influence decision. Every decision that comes from the court is influenced by bribery. This is why, for example, when you see criminal court A will rule, and then it goes to Supreme Court will mollify or nullify that ruling, keeping with the law. That doesn't mean the judge at criminal court A does not know the law, but he will compromise. The law is the law. But why will the lower court know the law until the Supreme Court corrects that or makes that clear? They did it intentionally. The compromise, bribery took place there. Every decision that comes out of the court now is compromise. It is complete bribery. Judges are seen publicly accepting bribes. Least to talk about sheriff, court agents is common. So yes, I agree with Senta. The judicial system is corrupt, and there are several reports on it. What do we do as a country, as a people? For example, the judiciary should operate independently, but the government, the executive interferes. We have seen that on many occasions. So the very judiciary that's supposed to be independent, they are no more independent. What do you expect? You expect corruption to be the order of the day. You expect decisions to be influenced. And those decisions are being influenced by bribery. All right? And it is so sad for
but Darius, let me ask you that. So what is the source of that? What is the cause? Decisions are being influenced by bribery. I agree. But why? Why?
Well, I would not just say a pay is a factor, because if you check the judiciary system, the judges are paid. Are we arguing that there should be more pay than what there should be more salary? There should be money added to their salaries and benefit, but the judges are paid. But it is just the lack of patriotism, no love for country, and people just want to extort money to get rich, to exploit the system. That's what happening. Look at a judge that is giving everything, vehicle, they pay his rent, they give everything, but yet he turned blind to the law because he's compromised. And then you see innocent people.
So is it fair to say then
our people are not accessing fair justice?
Okay. So let me ask you, is it fair to say then that we, the people, are a big part of the problem? Because if you went to the court and the judge said you got to give me $1, $2, and then we, the people, don't say anything, then what we're doing is we're aiding and abetting a bad system. If the man said give me $1, I gave him $1. You don't come to the media and say that judge that say I'm gonna give him $1, and it's not fair. You don't come to Spoon and say judge I gave him $1, and that's how we'll discourage, right, and truncate these bad habits. But we, the people, we are complicit because we're silent. We talk amongst ourselves. Oh, the problem here. I went to the ministry. The man said I'm gonna put ink in his pen. By talking, let the whole country know, so they can put that person who keep asking the public for money, even though they're getting paid, like you correctly said, so then put them on blast, and maybe we can move those people from the system. I think a big part of our problem, honestly, is that we, the people, are not challenging the system. We continuously acting like victims, but we don't speak our minds. And I think we all need to do that. I came home to serve, and then I found it amazing. People keep saying, "My man, that Liberia, my man, that Liberia." At least, if they say we're totally different species of people, man, if they can fix it in Rwanda, if they're fixing it in Burkina Faso, we can fix it in Liberia, because we are some of the smartest, most educated Africans in this region. Let's face it.
And so,
we can do it.
Just to wrap,
Go ahead.
just to wrap
Go
up,
ahead.
one of the things that is happening, that keeping a system like that, is the lack of strong oversight, right? Mechanism. Okay. For example, there is this saying that the judiciary cannot be audited, same as the legislature. Which type of government institution or branches of government you say there should be no audit? That alone encourages corruption.
Is that the law, though? Is that the law? Is that the law?
But
I don't know. But is that the law?
we have seen that. We have seen that. The legislature cannot be audited. Every time you see the fight, oh, this speaker that come in will be audit. You can never see GAC or any or anti-corruption institution at the legislature. Same with the judiciary. Then they talk about independence. That is not the independent. The system is corrupt. It needs to be overhauled. There should be oversight mechanism to ensure these things are brought to a book. But the will is not there. Have we seen GSC move into the judiciary? Have you seen all the reports coming from the judiciary? Nothing. From the legislature, even if a few institutional entities in the executive, you see audit. The legislature, the judiciary, those two branches of government, they are prone to corruption because it's so sad.
Okay, thank you, Darius. I appreciate it. Connor Remy Gray, welcome, my friend, to Spoon Talk. This is Spoon Talk, and nobody talks like Spoon Talk. So, Connor Gray, welcome to the show. Chime in, man, before we transition to the last piece. We're talking the judicial system, and that's supposed to be number 3 per the report from Central of the public perception of corruption. So we had police, and then we had healthcare sector, and now we are on the judicial court system, and then we have one more. So what says you? What do you perceive as a problem with the judicial system, and can you offer a solution? We're trying to solve our problems.
Brother Broccoli and fellow panelists, I think the problem of corruption is us. All the folks who are serving public positions today were once members of society who were just ordinary citizens, some of whom we probably interacted with in the public spaces in different various levels. Some of the judges today, we started law school together, even though some of us left the scene. But some of them, we were in college together, and these were some of the promises that if I get there, I'll change the system. I'll be less corrupt. Man by himself, society without law and order is replete to chaos. As long as you don't have anything to checkmate you, fundamental freedom is not even put to check. You act lawlessly. All of the judges who are there now don't see themselves as doing the wrong thing. And the officers of the court, they don't see themselves as corrupt. Because in a normal society, you have to be able to make them accountable for their actions, and then they will know that if I do this, it's why our parents used to say, you spare the rod, you spare the child, or you spoil the child. Help me out, Brooklyn. But that is what society has become. We are not enforcing our laws. We were no different from Ghana until one lieutenant took over power and really straightened the society up. Exactly what Liberia needs. We need somebody to remind people that we have laws here. Somebody was talking about society. If you're a part of a society, you know, people get away with things because you're there. It's human. We go to school, the people we sat in class with, because we know them, we call that networking. It's the same. But if the law, in the presence of all of that, if you have the law and enforce it, even these judges, I don't see why I would be in a law enforcement capacity and don't carry on sting operation on some of these people. Even ministers, I'll build a case and throw it out there for it to come out. Judges will be exposed and hope the law will take its course. When you lock one or two people up, people will start thinking because we all are corrupt. This is a chain. It is a chain that goes around a circle, vicious circle. The lower man down there that asks you for for ink for his or her pen, they're no different from the judges up there. It's just that they have not gotten to that level yet. They started from infancy. When they get up there, they mature. So, but we are failing because we are not enforcing our laws. Until that, 2 months ago, there was a judge and some judges here in the States. They were arrested for corruption. Those people will now see the daylight outside here as it pertains to human freedom. They'll be in jail for some time. Some of them will even rot in jail. Are we able to do that as a system? Until then, it's just a vicious circle. You go there, if you try to fight the system alone by yourself, you become an enemy. Man, like Liberian folks know how to gang against you when you're trying to do the right thing. Because you know what? They enjoy this culture of impunity. Who are you to come and change it? Who are you? Don't you dare do that.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Colonel Gray. Thank you. Good observation. Folks, we are working topics that matter to all of us and to our country. We're talking about the police, we're talking about the healthcare sector, we're talking about the judicial system, the court system, and yes, the last one on the report that came up from Centile. And the last one is education. Again, there's good news and not so good news. Let's talk about the good news first. The good news is it is down from the year before, from 31% down to 24%. That's a 7% drop in the public perception of corruption in the sector, but it's still 24% is number 4. But education. I want us to see something here as we begin to opine on this matter of education and education sector. I just want to see something. In the top 4, 2 of the most critical areas that are so strategic to our socio-economic development as a nation: healthcare and education. So as you weave in your comments and share your wisdom, I want you to think about that. 2, education, healthcare. We talk about that a lot. It's on the arrest thing, right? Sanitation, I represent the healthcare sector, education. But yet, the perception from the public, perception based on interaction. There's not just somebody who's sleeping at home and just, what you say? Oh man, I say educate. No. That's people engagement with the sector. They walk away feeling that these people here, they're corrupt, the way they treated me. Okay, so that's why I say, Central does good surveys, and this is scientific. Scientific means they went out and gathered real data, and then they analyze it. That's why they give up percentages. So let's hear from you. We'll start with Tama. Tama, they say education is one of the problem. So let's talk. What do you see? What do you see? And what
Thank you,
can you
Dad.
suggest to make this
Absolutely.
sector better?
Thank you, Dad. I think first of all, when I look at the perception rating for education, 24% down from 31% from last year, which is a 6 percentage point. It's not much of a shift, right? But the score also 24%. Education for me, for any country like Liberia, is the bedrock upon which we can transform our nation. The problems we are having with the police, the corruption in the police force, the perception of healthcare workers or the healthcare system of corruption, the capacity within those sectors. Start with education. Our lawmakers, our judicial system, our judges, everything start with the education system. And I've shared a premise earlier. It is mind-boggling though to see that there are still persistent perception of corruption within our education system. I'm not even sure what I brought rank right now, but we are not even in the top 100 ranking of the world education system, globally. So there's work to be done. But also there's a lot that we can do, that our teachers can do to begin to mold the minds of the young people of the next generation. So we have to start with the teacher education, who we are bringing into the classroom to teach our children, to teach the next generation. That's where we have to start. We have to begin by actually vetting people and hiring teachers who have a lifelong commitment of transforming lives, not just about jobs. We got hundreds, if not thousands of young people across Liberia who are jobless. How many of those people we can bring in the education sector as teachers? And we can start from there. If you revamp the education sector, Dr. Brooklyn, if you start by revamping the education sector, and we start with the current generation, we give ourselves 10 years, you will see that Liberia, the perception and our values will begin to realign with our original founding principles of a nation, of a free nation, of equality and justice for everyone. But today we have a society where loyalty, as I said earlier, loyalty has been divided between the individual and the political system. It has become a patronage system. When you interact with people with means, Dr. Brooklyn, you have been in Liberia for a while, teaching, and I commend you for what you're doing there. Most people will ask you, do you know who I am? They'll knock their chest. Do you know who I am? They want to use their power to show you that they are more connected into the system. They know people. They have connection in the government. And if you don't take time, even you go to court, they can trample upon your right. And all start with the education system. So I think we have work to do here. Look, our teachers, when I go to Lofa County every now and then, I do travel out there, and I go to villages and towns. I see towns that contribute. People contribute money to pay volunteer teachers. That's how committed the ordinary librarian is to educating their children. While some of these volunteer teachers wait to be, absorbed into the government payroll, into the central payroll, the parents are paying them. So the individual Liberian, the citizen of Liberia, they are committed to making sure their children get the best education. But until we can put our money where our mouths are, until we can educate, we can begin to transform our education system. All of these issues that we are having across the various sectors, across the national police force, across the healthcare system, it's going to continue because our education system has fallen along the way. And we need to pick it back up. We need to put resources in there. We need to commit ourselves as a nation to transforming ourselves, to making sure that we can fight for excellence, and justice will become something that we will not have to fight for, because it will be inculcated into our brains, into our psyche, so that the next generation of professionals know that their loyalty is to the country and not to the political party. Thank you, Dad.
Thank you, Tama. Counselor, let me come to you. To be a lawyer in Liberia, you have to go to undergrad. So to go to undergrad, that means you have to go to high school, elementary, junior high school. Then you go to undergrad, you do 4 years there. Then you finish, you go to law school, you do 3 years there, and then you take the bar, and then you start to practice, I think for another 3 years, and then you take that second test to be a counselor, then you can practice in front of the Supreme Court. So you're in school quite a bit. Quality assurance, right? Education. So you're a student for a while and then a practitioner later. So we're talking about the perception of the public in terms of corruption in society, and education is on the list. What do you perceive as some of the challenges in the education sector, and what may you offer as solutions?
Okay, so
Go ahead,
Dr.
Counselor.
Butler, yeah, thank you. So I think almost there's no system in our country that we don't know some of the challenges. We raise some of those challenges right here. In the past government, you had a minister of education who had a private school. They were teaching computer and everything there. People were paying up to $750 to $1,000 per semester. But then the University of Liberia were leaking and you couldn't get chairs. So you go back to the same thing with the health sector too. So we have this kind of officials who DEOs having private school, and pay attention to their institution, but they work for government, education institutions as well. So you will see some of the corrupt practices going on. Students, grades, and people buying grades and all of those things. So if it has dropped, right? If it had dropped, which is a good thing from 31 to 24%, then it means that most of those things that were present during the time that the survey was conducted, maybe last year or year before the last, are no longer present in the system, because for the perception to improve, it means that the indicators, the variables that were available at the time we did the first survey, some of those variables no longer exist. So that gap now becomes, a plus. So what we can do is to continue our strong civic education in the schools, for people for students coming out to be more nationalistic and patriotic to the country, to see public service as an opportunity, as not a right or a privilege, and that when you are given that privilege, you should hold it so dearly, because there are millions of people who may be available, but you are given a chance to serve the public at the time, so you should serve it with dedication. Like Darius and Olaf said, we talk about corruption all over. You heard in the legislature, people were talking about audit. At one point in time, the group of lawmakers who removed the speaker caused him to be removed, said he was involved into acts of corruption, overspending the budget. Since they got the job, they no longer care about all of those accusations again. So, so it's all about the job, like agree. Other people also have said. So I think we need a new generation of leaders. I was thinking, I said, well, I don't know why God now is wearing long trousers. Because if you're wearing short trousers, just web the place up, web the place up and bring new people. Yeah, to reduce some of the things. Because I mean, I'm telling you, Colonel Green, all of you guys, we are a sick group of people running around in cycles and believing that we can change things when we're doing the same thing over and over. And that's what is called stupidity. We let a group of people who will come to power with all the criticism of the ones that were there, and when they come, they do almost the same or even worse sometimes. And then we say we're looking for solution. So but I'm sorry. I know that God now wearing long trousers, so He giving us a long chance, to survive. But all in all, that the problem, like I said, we need to strengthen our civic education in school to make people more patriotic. I mean, some of the things that got some of us strong today, have a strong belief about serving our country with honesty and sincerity is the level of education, our foundation, taught us those things. And that's what saves some of us today. We are still around and we can still stand up high to talk against bad governance and corruption in society. So I think it will help really if we really strengthen it. It will help. But people see, people don't respect government. They call it government boom. Even you remember when you go to play football at the time we're coming up and they draw the team and Darius is not selected and Darius said, no, I'm playing. The man said, okay, you government boom. They start kicking you. That the same perception that people take to to public service. They kick you around in and on the football field. When they get to public service, they kick they kick the people around everything by stealing from them. So I think we need to do better as a people. I hope that we're making progress with the perception. I hope some of those things that were present that made the percentage to go to 31 are no longer present. I'm sure that there's some improvement. I'm sure maybe the ministers now, most of them don't have private schools again to pay attention to their schools. I think the schools probably getting more chalks and and blackboards and schools. So I think most schools may be in renovation shift around the country. Most schools have been built. So I think we hope for the best. But those are just some of the things I think we need to strengthen our civic education in the school. It will help. Thank you.
So strengthening civic education, I agree with you, Councillor. Strengthening civic education, meaning teach in all of our schools, starting with elementary school, the importance of public service, serving with integrity, those things. I mean, teach it that way, with clarity and consistency throughout until you get out of high school. Is that what you're suggesting? Because I think that will really help when you start to teach like that. So from small, you start to hear it, that you don't need to be corrupt, that you can do a good job, and that integrity matters. Is that what you're suggesting, Councillor?
Yes, that's what I'm suggesting. Yes, one of the in addition to our raising our suggestion of raising the standard of accountability, we think civic education will help, because as you are teaching them their duties and responsibility to the government, as you are teaching them how to be patriotic and nationalistic, as you are teaching them the importance of public service, you are also telling them the consequences when you go against these things if you are given the chance. And you'll be giving examples of people who have been prosecuted, who have gone to jail, and who are lost most of all the things that they stole. Probably the government was able to recover it. So you will tell them these things, you will see those examples, and they will grow into that attitude. I think it will help a lot.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Let's go to my friend Darius. Darius, we're closing in on education.
Okay, so I think Councillor Goose cracked so many points, and let me say whether it's good evening to you or what hi, Conor Gray. So the fact is, corruption is everywhere. But then it appears to be alarming now, because our country, Liberia, is on the map, one of the most corrupt countries. All right? And still we are poor. Very poor. It's so sad. All of our resources. When President Salif took over, she said her overview of the education sector, the systems, she said it was a mess. Central report 2024 still show that the system is challenged. It is still a mess. Look at 2024 budget, Ministry of Education. You have over 50 million. 2025, over 50 million. Right? What are we doing to improve the sector? Money, financial mismanagement, investment of our allocated funds for the sector. People just getting rich, people just stealing. And at the end of the day, the kids are suffering. They are going to school on a poor condition. We watched the video last night. I think some about of bomb mines and several other counties, rural areas. The children are going to school sitting on the floor. No teachers. Those who have been volunteering 10 years ago, 15 years ago, they are still volunteering. And the funds are there. They are support, donors fund, allocation for the national budget. But the money is being embezzled, it's being mismanaged, it's been stolen. So corruption in the education sector, in the system, is not strange because we're seeing it. Look at, I watched one video, it's so that the Buble is so frustrating. Needs to even talk about the University of Liberia. Look right there, what is happening. The place is a mess. Last year, 33 million given to the university. This year, 2025, over 33 million given. But look at the facility. Look at the infrastructure. Very poor. So what can we do to improve the sector, the system? The first thing is the individuals, the actors. They are corrupt. So how do you overhaul the system? How do you work on the system? Those who are supposed to have the oversight responsibility to make sure that the sector is improved, to make sure that the education system boom, those are the legislature. They are compromised. They call the minister. Well, you guys are so in the budget. When we get it, you get this. So everywhere, no law for the country. Our people are suffering because few group of people are just embezzling, mismanaging the fund, and no accountability. The lack of accountability. I agree with Conor Gray. People just going with impunity. People steal, they embezzle, they carry on corrupt acts, and they are free to walk. They build mansions, they ride luxurious cars. Nothing comes out of it. But the old man's son in River G is going to school sitting on the floor. The blackboard damaged. The school is leaking. The teachers have been volunteering for the past 15 years. Community people putting money together to pay the teacher $5,000 to buy soap and wash the clothes. But our big shots, they are there. So the system is still a mess to me, in my opinion.
So your suggestion, what one thing you can propose as a solution?
And what is happening, what I will propose is that, I tell you, Central report came out, we just discuss it will land on deaf ear. The political will. President Bouaka should be dismissing, should be firing, should be suspending people. This is a bad report for our country. You talk about 2%, 3% decline. It's still alarming.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
30 seconds,
yeah, go ahead.
So
go ahead.
I don't want. I don't see it. I don't see it as a decline. I think I see it as an improvement, because if you look at the report, they said I think last year or so, whatever the case was, 31% out of 100%. So it means you're talking about 69%. Then, which was a fading grade or D, right, said that the education system was doing well. So trying. You know what it means? This year, you add 7% to it, right? It goes to what? Around 76. So there's now a C, right? So there is an improvement. I think looking at from the statistics, from the data, I think we should not only look at the percentage that says it's not doing well, reducing. If you had 31% last year, it means 69% say it was doing well, and now this year you have 24. It means 7% improvement. So the whole system, the education system, has scored C, from the period of the data. So let's see, what I will move forward. Thank you. I just want to make that clarification.
Thank you. Conor Gray, education.
Doc, the private sector, education in the private sector, is seemingly one of the largest employable sectors in our system. So many private schools around, and the issue about job, I think people are volunteering their services at the school level. But it doesn't mean that if somebody is volunteering, they can't account for the rules. And one of the things I hope to see some days is a reform for our primary and secondary education, most of our primary education, because that's where you develop the basis to be able to carry you through in life. Schools, education sector in our country are left to just operate at will. Nobody giving them, maybe I'm making a mistake, but that standard of enforcement that can come against schools, I don't see it in Liberia. Somebody just jump up and just build a school, and they're primarily run like private entity with no checks and balance. Nobody caution them. The curriculum, nobody probably even comes to review them, whether they're in standard with the education, um, with the education agenda of our country. I'm not, look, everything does not have to go to the president. I'm pretty sure if you make Dr. Brookler the Minister of Education, he will come out with a plan to standardize education across the board, whether public or private. I don't hear our Minister of Education even talking about those kinds of things. What is what are some of the benchmarks you hope to see in terms of improving the education sector? Look, when you volunteer for a short time, but you abide by the standards. Matter of fact, you should be qualified to even volunteer. If you come in to say I want to teach, but you don't have a teaching license, there are standards, there are systems who will run you through so that you be fit for the classroom. What obtains within
Should be trained. I get you right. Should be trained.
should be trained. You don't just come there and say I volunteer, and then they just say, okay, Dr. Bropler, go in the classroom. Here is a chalk. Here is a whatever. You're trained to teach, and then those who want to remain in the sectors at a career level, of course, you are given certain amount of licensing that you need to obtain to even keep your presence in the room as a teacher. So all of this cannot be enforced by the president. It is the head of that sector that would draw some of these expectations and enforce them to the letter. Some people are not fit to teach. Some schools don't are not fit to exist as public as education institution, not because you got children, under a roof, and you have one person ahead of the class means that that particular institution is, can be dismissed. I mean, declared as education institution or place of education. So we have to enforce some of these rules. What are our standard? If I ask the Minister of Education, so what's our primary education standard? What are we looking for? Somebody is talking about civic being taught back in school. Of course, this is where you learn how to love your country. It's almost absent in across the board in our system. You know, children are not taught about how to love country first. They're taught about how to get ahead of others. Like we have a cultural system where if I'm stronger than Mr. Aguilar, so I can bully him and then make my way through, I could care less for him. Love for one another, you teach it at the civic level. Do we even do that? Do you even monitor the classroom as to what children watch, what they're not supposed to watch, what they say, the kind of conversation? A lot of that comes through, public reform, education reform. I don't think we have that for now. It's been gone away since the war. And I just feel that people are left to operate by themselves because they believe they're school. and the education ministry allowed them to exist, and they have not demonstrated whether or not they even fit to be a school, let alone the product they're putting out. That's the reflection we see in the society. So I think we'll go back to that education sector reform and strengthen it at all level. But that you're a teacher, you know
Okay.
better. But
All right. Thank you, Colonel Gray. So we encourage our viewers to engage and to come up with some great questions and good input. One person said we shouldn't focus too much on Monrovia, go outside of the Monrovia area and things are really bad. Well, I know that firsthand because during the county development agenda project, I was in charge of Bapolu, Cape Mount, and Bomi. There's a school district there where most of the teachers are volunteers. A whole school district, most of the teachers are volunteers. There's a school that has only one teacher in elementary school. So that teacher come, they teach first grade. I mean, second, third, fourth, and fifth. That goes out, play, I go home. The next day they come to teach second half day, teach third half day. One teacher, okay? The schools that didn't have benches and students sitting on the floor. These are real stories. So let me say this. I think we got some real challenges, but they are solvable. It just takes the will. I think in Liberia we talk too much
officer, we have district education officer. Now, let me take you in the public school. Because public school, when they say public, it's owned by the government, that is people only. You look at the school. This is the Ministry of Education run school. The Ministry of Education running the place here. I think it's an office here. So, but look at the fellow Liberians. Look what they did here. All the millions of dollars given to the Ministry of Education. This is the Quinbas Town Public School. This is where the people, the young generation, the children who's supposed to take over from Waka, His Excellency, the children who's supposed to take over from Richard Kuhn, the children who's supposed to take over from Vice President Pan, Yogi Kanga Lawrence, they're supposed to take over. This is where the state fell Liberians. You see here, June 6, 2025. June 6, 2025. So yesterday, the children sat here. This is where they sit, right here. Gio, come. We in class. Gio, come. We in class. Come sit down there. The teacher will watch. They will listen to the teacher. My father, my mother, my sister, my father, sister is mine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that the place. Do you sit down here? Right, Joe. Yeah. Sure study. Yeah. Class work. 1. My father's sister is my who? The auntie. My auntie. Okay. My mother is my uncle. My sister is my sister. My father brother is my uncle. So who went tomorrow come to Calvary tomorrow? Yeah. He come here also in the bread.
Wow. Folks, I want us to take a second. Let it just sink in. Let it just sink in. Please, let it just sink in. Let's digest the reality of what we just saw. June 6, 2025, our last week in Liberia. 177 years later, the country where we like to brag, we helped form the OAU. We are Africa's oldest independent republic. June 2025. Let me just create some comparative dynamic for perspective.
all of the countries that we look at and are doing well economically, that are stable politically, have good educational system. I work as an educator in Baltimore. I, as an educator, made more money than a state lawmaker. In Shepherdstown at the university, I, as an adjunct professor, made way more money than the mayor of Shepherdstown and the council people. Folks, it's time for us to get it right. It's all across the board. You put the money in the places that matter the most, and the whole country thrive. You take most of the money, you put it on the top in non-producing units, and the country struggles. How in God's name can that be a classroom in Liberia when we instantly give cars to board members, commission members, even though nothing much is happening there? But look at the place where it matters most. This is our country. And that's the video of Liberia. That's for real. That's a real video. That's a real video. So let's talk. We want to wrap the show up now. You know, tomorrow, our Father's Day.
I didn't speak. You jump over me.
Ooh, Fui. Okay, Fui,
Yeah.
coming to you, my man. Hold steady. Hold steady. I just want to create some perspective around the video, okay? Look, I was in the Western cluster, so I saw it. I saw it for myself. So I didn't need a video to see something like that. I was there. So let's talk. Fubi, let's start with you. Remember, we're still looking for solutions. We can solve our problems. That's the thing. We're capable of solving our problem. Do we have the will to make the shift? Do we have the will to make the shift? No long speeches. Let's take action. Do we have the lawmakers with the audacity to put on the table, legislation so we can start to revisit compensation, revisit benefits with the intent of reallocating? Or do we have a government that can say that extra 2% that we are putting on VAT, this $1 billion push in revenue that we're trying to raise, all of the extra from here to there will go for education and healthcare? No destination of funds so far. We just want bragging rights that we're able to hit 1 billion. We got to be a country that can make the shift like other countries are doing in Africa, and make education a priority. I'm sorry, just saying it is not doing it. I saw it in the US where the people paid teachers way more than a lot of other people. They were making a statement that education matters from elementary school straight to high school. Then when you go into college, they made money available. It's called student loan. They do it right here in Ghana. So it can be done. So students are not meandering, wondering, and just going all over the place doing nothing after high school. They go straight on to trade school or they go to college. I wonder what our country will look like if we make that shift and the sacrifice so that the majority of the people can get the best of what we have. Fubi, let's start with you. We're trying to close down because we got to go to bed and get ready for Father's Day. Fubi, talk to us. Education. The last
Yeah,
of the big four.
so like I said, the system that we have in the country is the enabler of corruption across all sectors. And I just give some quick example of myself when I in school, at Blue Brown. So we had this religious education instructor, I won't call his name. So he said one day he came to class and it was rough. He said, I want to give open book tests. But the open book test will cost 500 cedis per person. If you all agree, put your hand up. So the whole class put their hand up except me. I stepped sitting down. So he turned around and looked at me. He said, Henrys, don't be on the negative side. So I quietly said, you turn around again. So who all want to open both tests? Everybody put their
Fubi, always on the negative side. I been saw that long time.
I know. So it's 100 of you on the negative side. So for that, he said, okay, no problem. Tomorrow you'll come with your 500, we'll do the open board test. I didn't carry the 500. When he said 100 for beginning, don't worry, sit down and take a test. So I took the test, I didn't pay. So I had a chemistry teacher also when I graduated from high school. He will always harass the guys for money. So for me, I made sure I studied and scored my grade. So he had no reason to ask me for money. But this day, when we got through our finals, our work, everything, he said, my begin. I have not eaten money for you in the school. You must give me something before you graduate. So I told you, I said, no problem. I hear you, from. So that's the system. And people think it's normal. And they go across. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't go to UL. Because at the time when I graduated from high school, they say, oh, you go to UL. When you take the entrance, you got to get something before your name come. I said, I don't get here for that other one. So I went to the Polytechnic. I took my entrance, I passed. I went through and paid my registration fee. I started school. I had no business to pay for my need to come for entrance. So the system that we have enabled us to run this. Who gets elected easily in the country there? The most corrupt government official. People were placed on sanction. People say, what? Sanction, no sanction, we'll vote for you. So the system, and some of these things, high level of poverty, and the issue of the same low pay. We can put all the measures, we can teach the service, we can teach all those things in school. But if people are not getting the right wage and that they're comfortable with, then you can hold them accountable. You can only hold someone accountable when you take care of them good. Because the men know that if you fire me, I lost this 1,000 or 500 or 1,005 job, that man will be a little bit skeptical in trying to manipulate the system. But if you have the bulk of the people below the poverty line, it will be a difficult thing to fight corruption. So we need to address that and tackle it hands-on as a country. So all the measures we talk about, the teaching about civics, the people more patriotic, and being held accountable, all those things are fine ideas, and we need to keep driving it and keep making this call for drastic change. And everybody has to own it. As Liberians, we got to own it and drive and run with it. But the system is an enabler. And when they see you not trying to align with them, they ostracize you. They try to go after you. They try to find all kind of way. They will call you names. They will try to say, "Living here, you can't eat. Our thing is mayor, you want to change it. It ain't no more. It ain't nothing percent. Maybe consider good. I probably like you got parallel for 2 years. Maybe that's more. You're seeing how stand you're taking someone said, let's send small thing on that man to teaching lesson." Well, thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Fubi. Thank you. So one of the things we were doing tonight is we're asking our viewers and our listeners to stay engaged and share their wisdom. Okay, and they have been doing that. And one person wrote, and this is now education. This is on the court system, but it's important because I want to slip it in here as we wind to a close because Counselor is still here. I want to ask this question. This particular person said the court system is corrupt. Magistrate court eats the bond, which is wrong. I had to confront a judge demanding my bond fees I paid for a guy who I stood for in a dead case after it was settled. And I had people from my church who had that same situation recently, Councilor Gould. The bond, do you pay bond to the court? Isn't bond like, hold this as part of a guarantee or something? Is that you just give money to the judge, you put it in pocket, and then that's it, the money just goes? How do bonds work? I mean, I know you can go to bond company, insurance company, but you go to the court, the judge demanding you can pay a bond, you can pay a bond. And I know we had to pay a bond for people to be released from prison, but they get money to the judge. Is that how bond works? And is that non-refundable money?
So The law prescribes fees for cash bond. So that money, when you pay, you're supposed to pay in government revenue. They sort of give you a flag receipt, so that after the
Or the
trial,
court will
because
give flag receipt.
of course,
The
they
court will
still
give
issue your
flag
flag
receipt.
receipt. Yeah, they still issue your
Okay.
flag receipt, because after the trial, when the person is convicted or he's acquitted, his bond should be returned, because the essence of that bond was for appearance. That's what they say, criminal appearance bond. It's not indemnity bond. Criminal appearance. In Liberia, I don't know whether just only Liberia, people don't like to go to jail. In fact, if you have a client as your lawyer, and you went to the police and they took the client to the police station, and that client slept in prison, my man, you're not a good lawyer. They consider you not to be a good lawyer because you slept in prison. Yeah. So they can do anything not to go to prison, to sleep in jail. That's the thing about Liberians. So when they go to the ministerial court and say going to South Beach, my friend, they're not even thinking about what the law requires any longer. They want to be released. That is the reason why they will give money to a magistrate. A magistrate will sometimes do what we call the personal recognizance bond. You understand it? And you sign that form and you are released. You're not going to get that money again. There's no record of you paying money to anybody. You nobody get you receipt. So it's your word against the magistrate's word. But if you insist that the bond on the book, I want to pay the bond on the book, yeah, it's my 5,000 or my 10,000, I'm going to pay in government revenue, bring your receipt, the court give you, another receipt as well. You can recover that bond because it is safely being deposited. But if you go and put it in somebody's pocket because you don't want to go to jail, my friend, you're on your own. It is a war against the
Very
person's
good.
word. And in
And
fact,
very good, Counselor.
it's difficult for you to even come up with that particular case, because there's almost we want to relate them to bribery. You understand it? We want to relate to bribery because you are guilty as the judge. So that opinion case, you are not supposed to sell the opinion, you are not supposed to smoke it. So if for credit from you, I don't pay, check, keep quiet, and we'll move on. That's it. Thank you.
And that the same thing happens at the police station. The police too accept bond, and that bond is not deposited in government revenue. Even if you come back the next day and then you free the person or the person goes to court, that bond remain right there at the police station. They tell you, say, okay, you sign for the man, you carry home tomorrow, you bring back, you got to pay this. You pay that right on the child or quarter table. I don't know how you call that. Right there, you pay it. I have paid for people before, and that money, it just goes straight in the pocket of those guys on shift. You don't get that money.
But thank you, Darren. But Counselor, that's some of the money that's supposed to have come with receipt. When you pay that money, you should get a receipt.
First thing, you are not
talking
supposed
about
to
the police station.
First thing, you are not supposed to pay a dime to any police officer for your release. The police officer is supposed to see you and believe that you are entitled to personal recognizance, that you are not a flag race, and he can release you based on his discretion. So you want to pay money to police station, nobody files bond to police station. So if you want to influence your release at the police station, it's at your detriment. It's at your own detriment, my brother. Anything you pay, look, every money you pay that you get receipt for, it's a risk, right? Any money you pay to someone with all a receipt, know that it's a risk. And that's why when you start hearing, when you talk and say, give me receipt, some of them say, oh, yeah, we can issue receipt. Because they know that when you have a receipt, you will return for that money, and that money should not, they don't want to be returned. So that's it.
Correct. Thank you. I really appreciate that. This is one way we can educate the public to help minimize corruption small in the judicial system. Ask for your receipt. Get your flag receipt if it's a bond, because you're entitled to that later when the matter is settled. That's what this person said. They demanded the bond fees because apparently they had a flag receipt. All right. So folks, let's close. Let's close. It's been a great discussion. I want to share some of my insight. I want to share my insight as we wind down. Okay. First of all, tomorrow
I'm close, man.
is one-on-one
I'm
with the.
going 2 o'clock my time.
Oh, okay. Why yeah, my man? Well, yeah. Okay. So, okay. Do this closing. It's
visiting
not.
Kobe in Burkina Faso tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Let me close
Burkina
on the
Faso.
brother.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Let's close. Before you do that, though, let me just inject quickly. Tomorrow is one-on-one. Hold on, Councilor. I'll let you close. Tomorrow is one-on-one with CEO of all of the national issues that affect our nation. So it's good conversation. You want to tune in tomorrow. One-on-one with the CEO is happening right here on Spoon Talk. Nobody talks like Spoon Talk. Councilor, let's hear you.
Yeah, so Dr. Prophet, thank you. And let me say thanks to all of my fellow panelists. I think tonight's show really is I will consider it one of the best because it's more opinionative. There's no politics in it. And if you read the comments, you don't see people insulting anybody, where you see them giving their opinion. So, so I think let me give it out to the viewers and those who are commenting too. They follow the process and it makes some valid points. Like I said earlier, you saw the school just now, and I told you in some of the perception surveys that are conducted, it depends on who you speak to. If you speak to a group of people who are politically charged, they are going to give either a good rating or a bad rating only because of the side that they found them and they found themselves. But if you're looking at that school as of June 6th, I just one district you're looking at, there are several others. And I'm sure that the Ministry of Education have been receiving money for the purpose of either renovating or building new schools. And that school, as early as June 6th, looks like that. And somebody tells you that corruption is reduced, and you gotta be thinking what's really happening. You gotta be thinking maybe it reduced because there was no black pool last year. This year they have black pool. Maybe the bench that we saw them sitting on, and they saw it in the classroom was not there. So maybe now it's there. But I think that we have to be sincere when we are giving our analysis on these issues because there are lots of things that we say that are better off actually than when you do the real sightseeing survey. So I will wish that we do better. I will ask all of us to continue the work that we do to provide information to the people, especially credible information to the public, because they rely on us for some of the information that we give out. And sometimes it's good for us to go further beyond some of these reports. I think I will try to do that when I get back home. We'll go further beyond these reports that are coming up and get our own experience. Like how Spoon will send the reporter up in the market, and go ask questions. So the other TV person will go out. There's a guy like Anthony Rogers. Roger went on the field. He went to the. He didn't say, "Oh, they say he went there. He sat in the classroom. He showed it. That place can never ever. That place should never ever be thought of to say it's a class. It's a school. After 177 years, but yeah, it's a school. Maybe it's a high school. So thank you very much for the analysis tonight. Thanks to our viewers that did exceptionally well. Their inputs were very professional tonight, and we hope that will continue that way. You can disagree with people. You don't have to rain insults on them. You don't have to call me names. You don't have to call every names. You don't have to say people. No, just disagree with what any of the person will say, and we'll move on. Because when you disagree with facts, we're learning what we're reading. I know the other time I was making a presentation. Somebody thought to bring a question in, and cube and to you for that question, and for that analysis the person will make it. So you help us too. We are not infallible yet. You help us too to provide information because you are out there. We are not there. We are just collecting the information and sending it. You are out there. You are facing any of these challenges as well. So help us too on the show so that we can help our fellow Liberians and all the other viewers to provide the kind of information that's required. Thank you, Dr. Bubler. God bless all of you. Good night, my brother Phoebe. I hope you can work hard to ensure that country go on a democratic route. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. All right, so folks, let's wrap it up. We got about 14 minutes left. Let's go around the table. Let's close the show. Let's close the show.
Squeeze me in
It's been a
quickly,
great
Dad?
show tonight. Let's close the show. Full of substance, very constructive, solution oriented. Hold on, my man. Don't interrupt me. Full of substance, very solution oriented. That's exactly what Spoon Talk is all about. It's part of the solution, not just iterating the problem. So, gentlemen, I appreciate each of you. Darius, go ahead. Let's close.
Yeah, so I think it was a great show. Though Connor great John late, but his thoughts are very insightful, make us strike a very good points on all of the topics he met on. And now we've been reading the post, the chat on the show. I think the comments are interesting. So yeah, it was a great show. But fast forward on the issue of the police, I still believe that they are corrupt, very corrupt, and there's some attention needs to be given to the police. Improvement, is needed from the RG down to the layman. The corruption is glaring. The system is polluted, is corrupted, and I think it needs to be overhauled. In the health sector, more attention needs to be placed there. Our people are dying, poor healthcare delivery, no facility, no equipment in most of the hospital and clinics around the country, no medication. But the budget is there, the support is there, donor support, but the money is disappearing, it's being embezzled, mismanaged. And I think people should be brought to book. They should account for all those things that they're doing that are affecting the sector for which our people are dying. Go to now JFK Redemption and other hospitals. People are dying tonight because of simple illness. So I think that sector, the health sector, needs to be overhauled as well, and then improvement is needed there. To the court, it's obvious. For example, it will shock you that criminal appearance bond have been filed more than 2 times before criminal court A for Edwin Tomo and the other guy involved in the fire stuff. The judge have not approved it. He have not stated why there's delay. The system is not fair. It's not the common men do not have access. Citizens do not have access to fair and justice. So I think we need to look at it, and all of the recommendations profile needs to be taken into consideration. It was a great show. The education sector, yes, seeing a video. I think that is in Bond Mines. I saw another video from Bond Mines. That Roger guy is doing well. His assessment is real. It's not fake. It's not AI. And our authorities need to take into consideration these things and move there to bring relief. And that district, it falls on Representative Famule. Majority block man, he needs to pay attention to those recordings and see how he can intervene. Oversight responsibility to press on the Ministry of Education in this type of Liberia, the type of contemporary era. Look at the place our kids are going to school. I think it is unfortunate, and it needs attention. Thank you very much, Dan.
All right, thank you, Darius. Appreciate it. Tamba, let's close.
Thank you, Doc. I know Phoebe is somewhere, so I want to give him the opportunity if you want to close before me, if you have to run, Phoebe. But I will go if that's okay.
Phoebe ain't going nowhere, man. Close, Tamba.
All right,
ain't
thank
going
you.
Nowhere.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Happy Father's Day to all of our fathers out there in Radio Land and online. And we thank all of you, for following this show, listening to us. I think Spoon Network provides one of the greatest platforms today in our society as a way and means to educate our people and to inform them about happenings in our society. And I want to thank the Spoon family for the work that they are doing. The center report on the perception of corruption, that for me, knowing where we come from as a nation is not new. We've dealt with with the issue of corruption over the last 30 years or more, since I would say probably since independence. But given our generation, where we've come from since 1980, 45 years today, we are still talking about corruption on a daily basis. We are still being challenged after the Civil War. We're broken infrastructure, broken healthcare system, broken education system, and even our governance system is somewhat broken. And we are still trying to pick up the pieces. Since 30 years after educated class of Liberians decided to wage war and remove a president. So we are still paying for the sins of our fathers. But to address all of these issues of perception of corruption, that I think Liberia needs a multifaceted, if not holistic, approach. We have laws on the books. So when we talk about ending the culture of accountability, impunity, holding people accountable, ending the culture of impunity, it's about implementing the law. It's not that we don't have laws on the books. We have laws on the book about taking bribery as a judge, as a policeman. We have laws on the book about, asking students to pay $500 to take a test, because those kind of teachers, for example, their place is not in the classroom. Their place should be, behind bars somewhere, and they should no longer be allowed to teach. When you come to a hospital, a public hospital, where nurses have sworn an oath and doctors have sworn oaths to save lives, and they are treating people, based on preferential treatment or who know you first, and patients are dying, then those nurses and those doctors need to be held accountable also. But we have a society that is still struggling to ensure accountability, to end the culture of impunity. And this is why we stay encouraged and we still hope that the government of the day can go ahead and continue to implementing the court, the War Crimes and Economic Crimes Code, to set precedent for tomorrow, for history. So people know that we live in a society where there are certain crimes, there are certain things that when you do, you go against the law, that you are held to account. But a multifaceted or holistic approach requires not only starting from the civic education, but we'll start with the teachers training. It starts with the education system. We'll start with the teachers training. We equip the teachers to make sure that they have the tools, the knowledge, and the resources to go in the classroom there to teach our children for this generation and the next generation. There where our fight start. While we are also addressing the infrastructure issues, there are towns and villages and districts that still have schools that don't meet basic standards. And it is my hope. I heard, I think about a week ago, that the government has a plan to build or renovate 100 schools across Liberia in the coming year or so. We hope that this school that we saw yesterday on that video, should be part of that plan, right? And then thirdly, the people we are sending to Capitol Hill, our representatives and senators to represent us, these are the people who should be setting the standards for our children and for the society. These are the people who should be leading by example, all of our ministers of government. And then we see that those people, sometimes they are more interested in passing budget that benefits them personally, with these exorbitant salaries, with additional perks, whereas we should be using those resources to improve schools across the country, to bring medication in those clinics and hospitals that are lacking, to contribute to nation building and not, building people or strengthening people's personal pockets. So we have to look at what our priorities are as a country. Get our priorities right, Doc. If we don't have our priorities right, we can continue to talk every evening and every day, exposing corruption, talking about the perception of corruption among Liberians and how they view our governance system, our education system, our court system. We have to implement. We have to move from theory to practice. And finally, let me just make a comment on the judicial system. Liberia depends on the judicial system to help enforce rule of law and end the culture of impunity. Cases are taking too long to come to trial. There are too many land cases, thousands upon thousands of them that are languishing and waiting on dockets to be heard. People sometimes resort to violence when they can't get justice in the court system. We've heard stories, we've seen videos where sometimes there's physical violence. People take cutlasses, sometimes they are fighting on a piece of land. We urge our justice system, our court system to move faster, to give people the opportunity to be heard so that they can feel that they have due process. Upon that, Doug, I want to thank you again for moderating tonight. It's been a great show, and I want to thank the Spoon family and Father's Day to you and to everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Tama. Fubi, let's close. We have only 3 minutes left. Let's close, please.
Yeah, so one of the problem with corruption.
You got 1 of the 3 minutes.
one of the problem with corruption in the country is that everybody defends their own criminal. So you found that if you say this person is corrupt, once this person is somebody that I align with and I support, I get on that person's side to support the person. And that's why you find that corruption will be a hard fought battle. Because if we keep defending and supporting people that are corrupt and don't care whether the corruption is harming us, once this person is from a party or from a tribe or from a religion or from some group that I'm part of, I can stand in the defense of that person. And that's one of the problems. That's the systemic issue that I mentioned. Until we can address the systemic issue about in the country about all of these things, all of these things will just be doing our own. We'll keep talking our own for the sake of it. But it's good that we keep talking. We shouldn't give up, because at the end of the day, we will be making some impacts in the lives of some people. Not everybody will not be impacted. And so whatever we do, let's keep the echo of voices against corruption going so that we can address it. The education sector, the health sector, all the blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, the higher ups are the most corrupt, and those guys honor them. Because those guys honor them are doing it daily because they need food to put on a table. But the guys that are up, I always say that you say, oh, there's no money for this. But you always got money for corruption purpose. So you see millions to be embezzled, but there's no money to put into a sector to support teacher salary, to improve one school. But millions will be embezzled. We're talking about schools in go crew, see the schools there. Go Maryland, see the schools there. All the different counties, the schools are very deplorable. So it's always up to us, and we hold the current government now responsible to see how they can address these things. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Fubi. Colonel Remy Gray, you got 1 minute, sir. Let's close. You're a military man, so working within the structure is no problem for you.
That's all right. That's all right. So everybody spoke, and one thing I sense is the idea that we need to reform every sector of our country. And Doc, you're huge on decentralization. A lot of times, if somebody has to make a decision for you without your input, I don't know if they will do a good job. You have to almost be part of that decision to be able to meet, what your needs are. But in Liberia, I think everybody who takes over, look, the president is not the only one that should have 100 days in office planned. Everybody who is taking over a sector should have those kinds of constructs in their mind, that when they take over, they want to take account of what exists there. What your needs are. Something we call SWOT analysis. Do it so that you know exactly what you're inheriting and what you will leave there when you're gone tomorrow. Who's not there? Who exists as a ghost? All of those things you know, and then Look, I would say from some of the accounts I've read in the Bible, God is not a Democrat, because a Democrat will not tell you the wages of sin is death. Matter of fact, the death penalty started with God. So that means when you're dealing over mankind, you can't be that laid back and lackadaisical. Sorry, Doc, you are more a clergy person, but I see that if we bending the rules in Liberia, we're bent it for 177 years. If people were held accountable, including up to if they violate some standards up to their lives, sometimes that would serve as caveat for people to be able to see that if I do this, look, it's not only the big people up there, Henry. It starts from the bottom. Charity begins at home. You're not the head here. That's why you're doing what you can do within your limit. It should not exist anywhere. Not at all. If somebody goes to work and asks you for tip before they can sign up a responsibility, whether or not they're volunteer, they should be held accountable and pay daily for it. Because you know what, when you elevate that individual through the system, that all he or she knows that you must pay him first before he performs his own job, take extra incentive. So that's why the system is like this. But I could leave it here, but there's no way I could have taken over, say for instance, a sector, the Ministry of Defense, and don't know who or what we have there, what was there, what was used wrongly, and so on and so forth. And then I just jump over them from day one. I take over where my predecessor, left her from. It can be. I'll have to know what's in there first and what I'll be doing the first 100 days. Everybody will know, so that those who will be held accountable in the future, they will not see it as malice, but rather it will be a good practice that others can come and follow tomorrow. Doc?
All right, thank you, Congreg. Folks, it's that time. It's the midnight hour, and we need to transition. I want to thank you on behalf of CEO and the entire network for your time, for your intellectual capital you expended, for sharing your wisdom. I want to thank all viewers, listeners. You make this show, so let's keep talking. If we can think it, we can talk it, we can do something about it. Tomorrow, 101 with CEO is the round table on national issues right here on Spoon Talk. Folks, thank you and good night.
Thank you,
Nelson,
Doc.
take it over.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, Dr. Poplar, and good night to everyone. Gonna agree, and the rest of the team. It's been a great show, and I want to say thanks to everyone for following tonight. Thanks to all of you who called in from the very start of the show. Thanks to the many of you who have just been playing the listening role, just watching the program or just listening. Um, we want to appreciate you as well. And thanks to the folks in the comment section engaging and sharing your thoughts on the different analysis here tonight, the talking points. We appreciate you as well. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow when 101 with the CEO will be on a roundtable on the national issues. It's going to be a very engaging conversation. And you can make up time tomorrow to join us for that. Until then, my name is Nelson Collet. I want to say thanks to all of you for being on tonight. I see Pella Reto, thank you for being here. Ezekiel Waka, we appreciate you. Shane Zakura, thank you for being on as well. And all of you who have been watching, I see Miata Graphics, thank you. Fan Dakenan, we appreciate you as well. William Jala, thank you for being on. Hannah Kramer, thank you as well. And to all of you listening, we appreciate you. Thanks to the many of you who share the program as well. And we look forward to being here tomorrow with another great show. Until then, have a good night and Up next will be the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. I'll be here with the rest of the guys. You can make up time to join us. Bye-bye.
It's not a special one. With the CEO stand coming with the spoon. And your boy right in the South Bend. On the beat. To get your information. To the spoon to get my spoon, 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 television, spoon.